All right, Kim Mitchell, just checking in with you to make sure you are ready. If you would give me a sign, please, ma'am. There you are. All right, perfect. We'll get started in about a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Abbott, it looks like your line is not muted. Just wanted you to be aware of that before we got started.
Thank you.
All right, John, it appears that Mr. Olsen has joined, but as an attendee, if you would promote him to panelist so that he can participate, that would be appreciated.
Chair, I'm trying to, and it's not making me, I don't have the option to make him a panelist. I don't know what's going on.
Are you able to communicate with him at all?
He is actually chatting with me just now. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
You can send him his own link, perhaps, or another link.
Chair, I cannot promote him for some reason to panelists. I don't know what he's doing wrong, but I suggest that he connect via our attendee link that's posted on the website. Try that. I'm not too sure what he's doing wrong.
All right, Mr. Olsen, to the extent that you can hear me, please disconnect yourself and reconnect by way of the attendee link that's available on the commission's website. John, will you please confirm that he has heard you and understands that he needs to reconnect?
Yeah, I just got a IM from him that he did come into the website, but for some reason I cannot. Whatever he's got on the settings or whatnot, I cannot promote him to panelist. I suggest you try again, or even try back going in the invitation that I have sent him. But right now, I am not, for some reason, I cannot make him a panelist.
All right, Mr. Olsen, you need to reconnect to the hearing. Please disconnect and reconnect using either the link on the commission's website or the invitation that was emailed to you. I now see him identified twice as an attendee. John, can you promote either one of his?
Unfortunately, no. He's grayed out. So whatever he's doing, something's wrong.
Okay. All right, I recall that he was able to connect when we held the hearing back in June. I'm hoping he can remember what he did back in June and replicate that here for purposes of connecting today. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a recess until 10:15. It's 10:06 right now. We're going to take a recess until 10:15. I would like for everyone to turn off their cameras and their microphones to the extent you've come off mute. And John, please work with Mr. Olsen to see if you all can remedy this situation. All right, we'll be in recess until 10:15.
Hey, I think I'm here now.
All right, I see you and I hear you.
All right, yeah, I had to get creative to get in, but
Okay. Can I ask you what you did?
I finally went back through. I ran it. I didn't add the extension. I ran it as a temporary application. The first time it failed. And that was after I tried going in through the web browser and doing a password and a meeting number. But then I finally went back and I reran the application package, the temporary one.
Okay.
This time it went ahead and loaded, so I was able to get in that way.
And what browser were you using?
Chrome.
Chrome. Okay.
Yeah. And
All right. Well, audio and video sound good, sir. So you're good to go.
thank you very much. I can't see or hear anybody else though. Is that
Right now they are on break for 15 till 8:15, or
Okay.
excuse me, 10:15.
gotcha?
They should be coming back on soon.
Gotcha. Yeah, sorry about that.
And please go ahead and put yourself on mute, sir.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, Kim Mitchell, one more time. Just give me the sign that you're ready to go. Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we will get started in about 1 minute. All right, good morning. Let's come to order and go on the record, please. I'm Charlotte Mitchell, Chair of the Utilities Commission, and with me this morning are the following commissioners. When I call your name, please announce your presence. Commissioner Brown Bland
Good morning.
and Commissioner Duffley.
Good morning.
Good morning. I now call for hearing docket number W-1034 sub 9 in the matter of Eric M. Olsen, 3029 Tom Savage Drive, Harrisburg, North Carolina, 28705 versus Water Resources Incorporated. Before we proceed further, and as is required by the State Government Ethics Act, I remind members of the Commission of our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and inquire at this time as to whether any member of the Commission has a known conflict of interest with respect to matters coming before us this morning. All right, the record will reflect that no conflicts have been identified, so we will proceed. On February 1st, 2021, Eric Olsen filed a formal complaint against Water Resources Incorporated, to which I will hereinafter refer as respondent, regarding a leak occurring on his property. On February 2nd, 2021, the Commission issued an order serving complaint upon respondent and directed the respondent to either satisfy Mr. Olsen's demands or file an answer with the Commission on or before February 12th, 2021. The respondent did not file an answer as ordered by the Commission, and as a result, on April 29th, 2021, the Commission issued an order scheduling show cause hearing and ordered the respondent to appear on June 3rd by way of remote means. And on June 3rd, 2021, the Commission held the show cause proceeding remotely as scheduled. On June 14th, 2021, the respondent filed its answer to the complaint and motion to dismiss. On June 30th, 2021, Mr. Olsen filed his response to respondent's answer, stating that the answer filed by respondent was not satisfactory and requesting a hearing to present evidence in support of his complaint. On July 14th, 2021, the Commission issued an order scheduling an in-person hearing for today, but subsequently issued an order on September 15th, changing the hearing from being held in person to being held remotely by way of WebEx, to which respondent consented by evidence of a filing made in this record on September 20th, 2021. Mr. Olsen did not make such a filing, but I note for the record that he is present here today and thus consents to holding this hearing remotely. On August 13th, 2021, the Commission issued an order ruling on the show cause proceeding and imposing penalty, and that brings us to the hearing today. I now call upon counsel for the parties to announce their appearance for the record, beginning with the complainant, Mr. Olsen.
Yes, ma'am. And first of all, I'm sorry to keep everybody waiting. I had a little bit of a tech issue there, but I got it sorted out. But yeah, I'm here by myself. I don't have anybody representing.
Okay, so for the record, Mr. Olsen will proceed pro se. All right, respondent.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell, Commissioners Brown, Bland, and Duffley. I'm Patrick Buffkin of the Bailey and Dixon Law Firm, appearing on behalf of Water Resources Incorporated, the respondent in this matter.
All right, good morning, Mr. Buffkin. All right, a few words about the proceeding this morning. In accordance with Section 6275 of the North Carolina General Statutes, Mr. Olsen has the burden of proof in this proceeding. So we will begin by allowing Mr. Olsen to present his direct evidence and allowing the respondent to cross-examine Mr. Olsen on this direct evidence. Following the cross-examination, I will allow questions for Mr. Olsen from the commissioners, and then subsequently any questions that council or Mr. Olsen may have on commissioners' questions. Then we'll proceed to allow Water Resources to present its evidence, and I'll allow for cross-examination of Water Resources by Mr. Olsen. Following the cross-examination, I'll allow questions for Water Resources from the commissioners, and then subsequently questions on commissioners' questions if there are any. Finally, we'll conclude by allowing Mr. Olsen to present rebuttal evidence if he so chooses, and allowing the respondent to cross-examine Mr. Olsen on this rebuttal evidence. Following the cross-examination, I'll allow questions for Mr. Olsen from the commissioners, and then questions on commissioners' questions if there are any. All right, any questions from Mr. Olsen or from Mr. Buffkin or any preliminary matters for my attention before we get started?
No, ma'am.
Chair Mitchell, we have the confidential telephonic line available. That line is not open yet, but we're prepared to open it. However, on behalf of Water Resources, we believe we can do what we need to do today without referencing any confidential information.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buffkin, and that's actually a good reminder. To the extent that Mr. Olsen, you need to reference confidential information, or Mr. Buffkin, you all need to reference confidential information, we will leave the video conference line and we will use the telephone line that has been provided by Water Resources. As Mr. Buffkin has suggested, to the extent that you all can avoid the use of confidential information in your examination and responses today, please do so that we can remain in public and open hearing. Questions on that proceeding, Mr. Olsen?
So if I just wanted to like reference, for example, the date of a phone call, and then I reference an exhibit like Olsen 1, that's not confidential information as long as the exhibits remain confidential, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any additional questions before we get started? Okay, I'm not hearing any, so we will begin. Mr. Olsen, we'll begin with you, because I assume that you will present a statement of your a statement. I'd like to go ahead and have you affirm. So please raise your right hand. You affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay, and I don't have like a pre-written in its entirety pre-written statement. We're here today primarily, and I hope you'll forgive me. I'm trying to look at the screen and look at notes as well, but we're here primarily because, you know, I received the notification from the NCUC asking me if the respondent's response to the formal complaint was sufficient, and it wasn't to me. And it came down to something that simple. The remaining points of dispute that I'd like to address here today would be Dennis Abbott's continued denial of responsibility for the leak that occurred in my meter box from December of 2019 until June of 2021. Mr. Abbott's, and I use that interchangeably with Water Resources. So we can, if you prefer one or the other, I'm happy to do that. But Water Resources' assertion that the equipment in the meter box at 3025/3029 Tom Savage Drive has been properly repaired. Another two remaining points of dispute would be Dennis Abbott's claim that I'm responsible for paying past due invoice balances on a meter that was leaking. And finally, Dennis Abbott / Water Resources claim that he responded to my issue in a professional manner, and his latest assurances to the NCUC that his customer service will improve. In their response to paragraphs 1 and 2 of my formal complaint, Water Resources, quote, denies that any other leak found on complainants plumbing on the customer side of the meter is the responsibility of Water Resources, and admits, quote, admits that there was a leak present, admits that a repair is made to the yoke of the water meter, admits that Water Resources contractor observed additional leaks and denies that any of the additional leak or leaks are the responsibility of Water Resources because the additional leak/leaks were located on the customer side of the meter. And I think the meter is the kind of key word there. Obviously, I can't repair or replace the utilities meter. Multiple private plumbing companies declined to do the work. They stated they were not allowed to do work inside the box or on the property belonging to the utility. And if the leak's on, if it's in the meter, it doesn't matter which side it's on. It's his equipment. A leak as a result of his 20-plus-year-old equipment that needs to be replaced, I believe, is the responsibility of Water Resources. And in order to help you understand the situation, I wanted to sort of separate the leak into 3 distinct stages. We can kind of talk our way through those. What I'll refer to as leak A1 is the initial leak reported the week of Christmas, December 23rd, 2019. There's a multitude of evidence that leak A1 is Water Resources Incorporated's responsibility. Olsen Video 1, that exhibit, is a video that I took on December 27th, 2019. In it, you have a tech from ER Plumbing, and the video, I don't know if you all need to watch it right now, but the leak clearly shows water spraying up inside the box, and the plumbing tech stating that that's not my responsibility, it's on his equipment, and he actually motions outside the box where the lines have been hand dug, and shows that there's no water there at all on the customer side of the box and the connection. And so, I think that initial leak being Water Resources' responsibility is well documented by video. It's also confirmed by what little contact I had before it ceased in March of 2020 from Water Resources that states, hey, we got replacement meters on order. It wasn't actually replaced until June of 2021, but it's about a month later. There's email or there's a voicemail. I do have the copy of the voicemail, but it basically states, now I'm on the schedule. Thanks for your patience. We're going to fix it. We have meters on order, but they were never actually replaced until June of 2021. And I'm not sure why he would replace the meter or accept responsibility for the repairs if it wasn't his issue. So there's plenty there. Then we move, and I'll give you a little bit of a timeline, but leak A2 is the continuation subsequent worsening of the leak, which I refer to as A1. There was an unfinished kind of Band-Aid repair that occurred in mid-February of 2020, and I'll give you an exact timeline on that in just a moment. That was repeatedly reported to Water Resources from February 2020 to October of 2020, prior to me referring the matter to the NCUC, the public staff of the NCUC. And there's ample evidence as well that A2 continued to be Water Resources' responsibility. There's an email from the North Carolina Department of Environmental and Natural Resources stating that the leak A2 is Water Resource Incorporated's responsibility. An email dated 6 November 2020, Mr. Austin Pegues, who's an engineer for the North Carolina Department of Environmental and Natural Resources, he states, "Thank you again for taking the time to meet Kelly and myself to further explain the history of the leak and your concerns regarding it. It does appear that the leak is at the connection between the meter and the service line, and therefore would be the responsibility of Water Resources to repair. I have left a message and sent an email to Mr. Abbott to inform him of the leak and requested that he call me so we can discuss the next steps he needs to take." There was an addendum added to my evidence submission on Friday that basically, confirms that Mr. Pegues was able to talk to Dennis Abbott. I believe it was something like 10 days later, and Mr. Abbott, acknowledged responsibility for the leak. But he claimed that it wasn't cost effective or cost efficient. He basically claimed poverty, said it wasn't cost effective to fix one leak, and that he would prefer to wait till there were multiple leaks. And I'll just kind of leave it at that, and said that his income was damaged by or being affected by COVID. So that addendum is there as an exhibit as well. So I'd ask you to refer to that when you're thinking about that leak A2, as well as that main email where he says, hey, you know, I met with the contractor, met with your neighbor. That email was actually to my neighbor, and then it copied me on it. I wasn't able to be there that day. I was at work. All right, and then we have leak B. So leak B is a leak that appeared on my lines following Water Resources contractors digging over it to finally repair leak A1/A2. You know, it's really one leak, but it is kind of punctuated by that brief time where there's that sort of minor repair, became a slow leak. And this occurred on May 27th, 2021. So that's when leak B started. The leak appeared the night of May 28th, 2021, and was fixed by Hefner Plumbing on June 5th, 2021. And that is, Water Resources did contract with Hefner Plumbing to do that and get that leak repaired on June 5th, 2021. The simple evidence that leak B is Water Resources responsibility. There's a couple. You can go the logical route. The soil was dry when I got home that day, when the crew first dug it up. And if that leak had been present before then, the soil would have been wet, would have been heavily saturated when it was dug up. The easier one is actually a photo that was submitted. It's let me just find it here. Sorry. I'll see which one it was. I'll have to pull up the file that I sent to Mr. Buffkin. It's in a PDF now. So if you'll bear with me for one moment, but the easiest way to, you know, establish responsibility for leak B again would be this photo, and basically it shows a backhoe on the edge of my property here. It's Olsen photo 3. It was taken by my neighbor, and you can see there's a white pickup truck and a very large backhoe digging into the soil directly behind the water meter over my plumbing lines. That line is about 12 to 18 inches below the surface of the soil, and you can see there that these contractors are putting a gigantic backhoe in and digging down right on top of it. The result was the subsequent damage to my lines, and that was leak B. Leak B was relatively short-lived. It again ran from May 27th to 2021 to June 5th, 2021. So that was leak B. Give you a little more elaborate timeline of the situation, and what I'm doing here is just making sure that everybody on the commission knows that the leak was and always was the sole responsibility of Water Resource Incorporated to repair, and that moreover that Dennis Abbott, the owner of Water Resources, was personally aware of this, that it was his responsibility and just neglected to do so. So the timeline is we have the initial leak reported, you know, A1 December of late December, I believe it's 23rd of hold on, I might be able to get you an exact date. I have plenty of contact information. 12/23. I called Taylor Puckett, who was an employee of Water Resources, twice, and their emergency line twice on December 23rd to establish the reporting of leak A1. On the week of February 9th somewhere in the week of February 9th through the 15th, I don't have an exact date on that, but that was the week it happened. Water Resources did send a crew out to repair leak A1. The repair leaves just a muddy mess all over the end of the driveway. There's still a noticeable leak inside the meter. It's slowed. It's no longer free flowing over the end of my property, but it's still a leak that's present. So after that, I refer to it as leak A2. On the 18th of February 2020, I emailed Taylor Puckett at 12:24 p.m., advised her that the meter wasn't level, the dirt wasn't packed back in, and the large orange traffic cone wasn't a permanent solution. Advised water was still leaking down the driveway, because at that point, you know, there still was enough, or at least when it rained, it would get kind of overwhelmed, and asked that she forward the email to Dennis Abbott and for an update on the status of repairs. That's the email and evidence as well. I believe it's Olsen 13 in the exhibits. So it rained a lot, you know, and stopped a few days ago. I noticed the meter was still leaking water down the driveway. So I guess I misspoke. It was still continuing to leak down the driveway, but it was noticeably slowed. So that exhibit is Olsen 13 if you need to reference that for confirmation of what I'm saying here. On the 2nd of March 2020, I received an email from Taylor Puckett stating she just spoke with Dennis Abbott and that if it, quote, doesn't rain, they will finish up your leak today. So this is them acknowledging on the 2nd of March 2020 that the repair was not finished. She also stated they will have to cut out the corner to finish and they will re-pour the concrete. That's a direct quote. And there's an email to support that as well. Let's see. This work was never completed, by the way. No repair crews came out from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources again until more than a year later on the 27th of May, 2021. Let's see. Oh, here we go. This is Olsen 14. Good morning. I just spoke with Dennis and he said if it does not rain, they will finish up your leak today. You might not have access to your driveway this week as they will have to cut out the corner to finish and then they will re-pour the concrete. So that email is also in evidence as Olsen 14. At that point, that was the last contact I had from Water Resources Incorporated or its owner, Dennis Abbott. So 2nd of March, 2020. And keep in mind, this wasn't brought to the commission until October 2020. There's plenty of time in there to resolve the issue outside of this. In April of 2020, an email and 2 phone calls to Taylor Puckett go unanswered. A call to the emergency answering service received no response from Water Resources Inc. Now, the answering service has picked up every time. So they respond and take a message, but you know, it's like an after hours line for your doctor. You know, I mean, you call, they'll pick up, but if your doctor doesn't call back, it's not much good. So a call to the emergency answering service received no response from Water Resources Inc. or Dennis Abbott. And I'll detail a whole bunch of, you know, myriad attempts to contact Water Resources during this time. In May of 2020, 2 calls to the emergency answering service go answered by Water Resources. Again, the emergency answering people picked up. Water Resources declined to respond. On the 15th of September 2020, I sent an email to Taylor Puckett, letting her know the water was still leaking and destroying my property. I put a sizable crack in the bottom of my driveway. I expanded it at the very least. I advised that future invoices would not be paid until repairs were effected. I was paying my water bill despite the leak all the way up until September of 2020. I received no response from Ms. Puckett, and that's an email in here as well. And I'll give you the exhibit number. Again, I apologize if I'm a little flustered. Trying to get in a meeting, I think shook me up a bit, but let's see. There's a couple emails from her that are also in here that, you know, she forwarded the information to Dennis, so he was aware of it. Anyway, I was still paying them in January, so all the way up until September. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find that one. On 30th. I just saw it. See, oh, here we go. I'm sorry, I'm apologize. Olsen 16 exhibit. This is the 15th of September 2020 email to Taylor Puckett. Good morning, Ms. Puckett. I called the answering service several weeks ago to report that the water meter that was never fully repaired, it's been waiting since late December, is once again leaking across the bottom of my driveway. This is when it got really bad, and I'll show you some photos of that. It is once again leaking across the bottom of my driveway following a visit from Water Resources contractors a day or 2 earlier. Somebody observed them kind of poking around in the box, and you know, the leak had, after that, following that, just kind of got out of hand. This repair is supposed to have been completed in March and never was. And now, once again, I have water damaging my property and Water Resources once again failing to maintain their equipment. Please forward this to whoever is responsible for making repairs to your meters and lines. My expectation is that this leak be repaired. My expectation is that this leak be repaired immediately. The bill won't be paid until it is, and my next correspondence will be the State Utilities Commission, which it was. So up until September 2020, I was paying that water bill, which I probably shouldn't have been, because it's leaking through their meter, but then not into my line and down the street. On the 5th of November 2020, that's when Austin PUs from the NCDENR came out with Water Resources contractor systems operator Kelly Hedrick. They met with my neighbor, Nisi Lavoie, to inspect the leak at the meter. Again, I wasn't able to be there that day. I had to teach. And then we have that email from Mr. Piguse once again saying, it does appear that the leak is at the connection between the meter and the service line, therefore it would be the responsibility of Water Resources to repair. And he had contacted Dennis Abbott to inform him of the leak. And then on the 27th of May, and then we go through the whole NCUC route, which started, I believe, in October. And I'll be happy to discuss my experience with the public staff at a later date. But this goes on for a while, right? This is November of 2020. I go through the holidays. I was kind of stressing this. 27th of May 2021, Mr. Abbott, on behalf of Water Resources, or however you want to phrase it, sends a crew out with a mini backhoe to fix the original leak in the meter box identified in December 2019. So that's leak A1/A2 and detailed in the original complaint. The crew digs behind the meter box and over my lines. We talked about that. The soil they dug up is dry upon my return home that afternoon, which would imply it was dry when they dug it up. Sorry, excuse me. And then we have that photo showing them, just going to town with a backhoe to dig down a foot and a half. On the 20th of May 2021, that's the evening, the soil around the meter box appears to become saturated. Leak B begins. And I contacted Dennis Abbott and Water Resources. This time he did respond. This was immediately following, or immediately prior to, actually, I believe, his appear and show cause hearing. He began to respond. So in the response to that's me just establishing that, hey, this leak went on from December of 2019 until late May 2021. There was no contact from the company from March of 2020 forward. They were given every opportunity, and I'm going to list out all the attempts in just a moment, because it's part of another part of my complaint, because they deny that they don't answer their phone or return calls, messages, or emails, and so we're going to address that in just a moment with your all's permission. But that leak went on for an unconscionably long amount of time. I actually paid for it for a good amount of time too, which sort of angers me. So that's me just establishing two things. I believe one is that the leak was their responsibility when it started. It remained their responsibility throughout. And that Dennis Abbott, the owner of Water Resources Incorporated, was very, very well aware of this leak, and that it was his responsibility to fix, and just decided not to do it. And his reasons for not doing it changed from a blanket denial of responsibility in the beginning, where it's not our problem, to, okay, we do this kind of, trying to find a polite term for it, band-aid repair, right? And then that didn't work. It's still kind of leaking, the soil's saturated. The box is kind of listing 20 degrees onto my line, and so as the soil gets more and more wet, it's just going to kind of sink in, put more pressure, and cause the leak to worsen. So it stayed his responsibility through that, and then he was aware of it in November. I mean, the North Carolina Department of Environment and Natural Resources told him, it's your responsibility. And then the excuse went from, it's not my responsibility, to, people haven't been paying their bills in COVID. I was, until they neglected to fix my leak. And then it was, and also, I want to fix it when I can fix a bunch at the same time. Well, if you looked at any of the 3 or 4 news stories, there was many active leaks in the neighborhood at the time. There were 3 families, I think, affected just on that news story. So there was an opportunity to fix multiple leaks at the same time, but even if there wasn't, as a utility, that's not your decision to make. It's not, if a telephone or if a power pole goes down, Union Power can't say, oh yeah, but it's only one pole. We don't want to fix just one pole. We'll wait until 3 more fall down the neighborhood. In the meantime, mow around it. That's ridiculous, and that's not the way that utilities should be run. So that was my first point. And my second point is in response to paragraph 6 of my formal complaint. Water Resources and their attorney quote, denies the allegation that Water Resources does not answer its phone, return calls, messages, or emails. So let's take a look at that statement. I've documented some attempts to contact Water Resources. I can't even promise you that this is an exhaustive list. It might very well, there might very well be others that I just didn't have the time to document. I was pretty busy as well. So on December 23rd, 2019, I called Taylor Puckett twice, the emergency line twice. That's actually referenced in an email to her that says, I tried contacting you last week. It's called the emergency line. And if you look through the exhibits, that's going to be in there. If you like, I can find the exact one. It's Olsen 10, and it says, I attempted to contact Water Resources again today. This was on December 30th. Got your voicemail saying you would be out of the office until the end of the week. Want to make you aware of the following regarding the leak in the meter box. And it says, when I called your line, left a voicemail last week, you dispatched someone came out, poked around the meter, but it's raining. She concerned it was rainwater leak. Called 24, I called again, same person, so these are pretty well documented, 12/23/2019, that there were calls to both Puckett and the emergency line. December 24th is what I was doing on Christmas Eve. I called the emergency line. That was also referenced in that email I just talked about. December 27th, called Taylor Puckett. Her phone number at the time was 704-805-1791. That is a Water Resources number. They even sent out a little letter when they rebranded or whatever it was they were doing after the show cause hearing, and listed that number and said it's no longer associated with Water Resources. It was at the time. So I called Taylor Puckett. So that was the number. At 3:54 p.m., I left a voicemail. There was no response, and you can find that in Olsen 1 exhibit. It's phone records. So we have the time, the date, no response. On December 28th, 2019, I called the emergency line at that time, and I believe it still is actually 704-529-4018. At 9:56 a.m., there's no response from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources. That's listed on Olsen 1 as well. On December 29th, I called the emergency line at 11:14 a.m. You can reference Olsen 1. There's no response from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources. On December 30th, 2019, I called the emergency line at 5:06 p.m. No response from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources. That is also on Olsen 1. All right. On December 30th, 2019, I sent an email to Taylor Puckett. Response was an auto reply out of office until Friday, January 3rd. There's no additional response even when she did get back, and that was the email I just read to you. That's included in my exhibits as well. And I referenced it just a minute ago, so I don't want to take up everybody's time going back. Oh, actually, I will. It was on Monday, December 30th. It's Olsen 10. So, yeah, no additional response there. On January 20th, 2020, I received a voicemail from Dennis Abbott. So this is, 25 days, maybe a little more. After I initially reported the leak, that somebody from the company actually got back to me. I received a voicemail from Dennis Abbott at 5:12 p.m. He called in on a private block number, left a voicemail at 5:12 p.m. And I have the visual voicemail file, but it said, we have you on the schedule. Meter's going to be ordered. We'll get it taken care of this week. On January 27, 2020, I sent an email to Taylor Puckett. She responded January 28, 2020, saying they were working on getting it fixed. That email is also an exhibit in here. So let's see. January 27th. Yeah, this was when they tried to send me a thing saying that they're going to disconnect my water service since my bill was at the date of their letter 4 days overdue. And I responded, this was a little ironic considering that in order to do that, they'd have to show up and work on their equipment. So let's see. That's Olsen. That number was actually cut off, but let me go back and I can count it out for you. I believe it's going to be Olsen 11. So anyway, that was January 27th. On January 28th, Taylor Puckett actually responded, saying they were working on getting it fixed. So that's hopeful. That'll be the next exhibit in the list. And like I said, I'm afraid when these scanned, they didn't get the number, but that will be Olsen 12. And it says, hi Eric, thank you for your email. I forwarded this to Dennis, who you spoke with. So she made sure Dennis had access to it. We are working on getting the leaks corrected and we'll have an update soon. We appreciate your patience. That was January 27th. So there's a little bit of a response there, which is helpful in light of all the ones that went unanswered previously. On April 16th, 2020, and this is in addition to anything that I had sent in the timeline, but sent an email to Taylor Puckett regarding the continued leak at the meter, no response. I didn't get anything back from the company on that one. That is, let's say, February 16th or April 16th. Here we go. Good morning, Ms. Puckett. The work on my meter leak still hasn't been completed and it's been 6 weeks since that email. The forecast is pretty dry. This is after they said if it doesn't rain, they're going to report the end of the driveway when they relocate the meter, basically. And I wanted to check back with you and see when they intend to finish the repair. Can you ask Dennis and let me know? Thanks. Eric, I've attached a photo of the meter as of yesterday, and that's exhibit Olsen 15. I never received a response. Like I said, all response from Water Resources stopped in March of 2020. 4/27/2020, called Taylor Puckett at 7:17 a.m. No response from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources Incorporated. And that's going to be Olsen 2. That's on there. You can see that call history. On April 27, 2020, called her again at Taylor Puckett at 7:31 a.m. There's again no response from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources. That's also on Olsen 2. Also on Olsen 2, you'll find 4/27/2020 again, same day, called the emergency line at 7:32 since I couldn't get a hold of Taylor Puckett and the water was really starting to get kind of nuts, and I'll show you a photo of it. No response from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources Incorporated. May 21st, that's also, I'm sorry, Olsen 2. May 21st, called the emergency line, 2020, called the emergency line at 5:04 p.m. And that's going to be on Olsen 4. And there's no response from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources Incorporated. On May 23rd, I called the emergency line at 9:52 a.m. No response. Dennis Abbott or Water Resources Incorporated. That's also listed on Olsen 4. On June 13th, 2020, called the emergency line at 5:34 p.m. No response from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources Incorporated. That's on Olsen 5. That was June 13th. On August 30th, 2020, I called the emergency line at 7:14 p.m. There was no response from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources Incorporated. That can be found on Olsen 6. On September 15th, 2020, I already referenced this email, but I sent another email to Taylor Puckett. I also left her a voicemail. There was no response. So, yeah, that was on that one. Yeah. So we already talked about that email on 9:15. On October 7th, 2020, I called Taylor Puckett at 9:24 a.m., left a voicemail, no response. That can be found on Olsen 8. And on October 12th, 2020, I called the emergency line at 1:38 p.m. That can be found on Olsen 8. There was no response from Dennis Abbott or Water Resources Incorporated. So again, all these, and I'm sorry to make you sit through that, but this is in response to paragraph 6 of my formal complaint when Water Resources, quote, denies the allegation that Water Resources does not answer its phone, return calls, messages, or emails. And I think at this point, that statement becomes somewhat laughable. It's clearly not true. So also pursuant to the 2018 rate increase application and the response to the deficiencies that Water Resources filed, Dennis Abbott and Water Resources addressed the fact that their customer service.
Mr. Olsen, I'm going to interrupt you, please, sir, for a moment. We'll let you go on here because you're pro se and giving you some leeway here, but you have referenced a significant number of documents during your testimony. And I want to make sure that our record is clear coming out of this hearing. So we're going to go back through your testimony again. I just want to make sure the record's clear here before you continue on making your next points. So hopefully that we can be a bit more efficient as you move through the remainder of your direct testimony. Also, I just want to remind you, this hearing is being transcribed by our court reporter. And she is excellent and will do great work here, I have no doubt. But just make sure that you are speaking clearly and slowly for her benefit.
Okay.
She just remember, she's taking down your words as you say them. So
Yep.
the more clearly and the more slowly you're able to speak, the more likely she accurately transcribes your testimony. So help her out in that regard.
Sure.
Right. All right, let's go back sort of to the beginning of your testimony here. And again, because you're pro se here, I'm gonna help you and want to get this record as clear as it can be. You have provided in advance of this hearing certain documents to the commission.
Yes, ma'am.
You clearly received an instruction to do that because we have received those documents. I have them in front of me, and I'm confident that my colleagues, Commissioner Brownbland and Commissioner Duffley, have them accessible to them as well. Those documents are not yet in the record. We have been provided with them in the event that you intended to or intend to put them into the record. They are not yet in the record. So you need to be intentional about asking that the documents that you have provided in advance come into the record. So we'll go back through those documents that you've referenced and we'll clear that up. The other thing I would ask is that if you are referring to a document or you're looking at a document as you speak, clearly identify it for us so that we can all get there with you and we can all be looking at the document as you're looking at it. It will help us follow your testimony and it will just make this proceeding more efficient.
Okay.
I am a bit confused, I will confess, about what you intend to identify as confidential and what is not confidential here. And so to the extent that a document includes confidential information, it needs to be marked as confidential and redacted or otherwise filed confidentially or included in the record confidentially. And so we need to be intentional about that as well. So let's go back to sir, let's go back to the beginning here. I recognize you have a question. I'd like to go ahead and take this opportunity to get the record clear
Yes, ma'am.
and we can move forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So back to your discussion of the leaks A1 and A2. I caught reference to a video. Can you help me understand what video you're referencing?
Yes, ma'am. So this is not a confidential exhibit. The video that's being referenced is one that was submitted as originally I submitted a link to a Google Photos album that had a video and 4 pictures. Mr. Buffkin objected to that and said, "Hey, I can't access this. The link's not working." I checked permissions. The link should have been fine, but you know, maybe there's a systems thing on a law firm's computer or something, and it didn't recognize it as being secure. So that's fine. I downloaded it as I believe it was an MP4, and provided it to him this past Monday. I also CC'd NCUC exhibits there, and I believe Mr. Watson might have received it as well. So that video is the only video that I submitted into evidence. It's not confidential. It's referred to, I believe, as Olsen Video 1. So, Olsen Exhibit Video 1.
Sir, just to be clear, it's not yet in evidence. You've just provided it to the commission and is not yet in evidence. So that's what we need to the extent that you intend to have documentation admitted into evidence, we have to be intentional about that during this hearing. So that's what we're doing right now.
I would like that to be admitted into evidence.
Okay.
Yes.
Any objections, Mr. Buffkin?
Yes, Chair Mitchell, we, Water Resources would raise objection on the admission of this on the basis that it's hearsay, it's not properly authenticated, and it lacks a foundation to be admitted into evidence.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll allow the admission of the video that has been provided in advance. It is identified, just to be certain that for the court reporter's benefit, The video is identified as 20191227 underscore 103640. How would you like that exhibit identified, Mr. Olson?
Olsen video 1 would be fine, please.
All right. We will call-
That's a date and time stamp, just to
Understood, sir.
authenticate that.
Understood. So we'll identify the document as, let's do it this way. We'll identify the document as Olsen Direct Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Having overruled council's objection, Olsen Direct Exhibit 1 will be admitted into evidence. All right, Mr. Olson, you also referred to an addendum A. I assume you're talking about the Gmail that you provided in advance that's identified as Olsen Exhibit Addendum A. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. It should be an email from Austin Pegues of the NCDENR.
All right, it's an email from Austin Pegues to you, Eric mo80@gmail.com.
Yes, ma'am.
Confirm that there's no confidential information in that email.
Not to the best of my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Would you like that email admitted into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Buffkin, Mr. Olson has moved that this email be admitted into evidence.
And Chair Mitchell, if I may just confirm that I'm looking at the right document. This is an email titled Brief Follow-Up Questions and dated Thursday, July 29, 2021 at 1:47 p.m. And it appears to be an email from Austin Pegues, environmental engineer at DEQ, to Mr. Olson. Are we, do I have that right?
Yes, sir. That's it.
Chair, to the extent this exhibit is offered for the truth of the matter stated therein, Water Resources objects on the basis that it's hearsay.
All right, I'm going to overrule that objection, Mr. Buffkin, and I'm going to allow the email into the record. The email will be identified for purposes of the record as Olsen Direct Exhibit 2. All right, Mr. Olson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there you are. I heard you make reference to a photo, and I believe you identified it as photo number 3. So please take us to specifically which photo you're talking about.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the video feed for our meeting here. Sorry. Okay, so Olsen, you said photo 3, correct?
Well, that's what I heard you say. I'm just confirming that's what you said.
Yes, ma'am. That's the photo of a backhoe digging over my water lines. And I can give you the date there.
Okay. Just looking at the document. So I believe that we've been provided with a group of photos identified as Olsen photo exhibits. There are 4 such photos. The third photo depicts a piece of construction equipment in a yard. Is that the photo you'd like identified?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like that photograph admitted into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Buffkin?
Chair Mitchell, it's not clear to us the purpose that this is being offered for. It seems that Mr. Olson is adding an additional claim that was not included in his complaint, that the backhoe pictured in this photo caused additional damage. So we would object on that basis that it would be improper to enlarge the complaint at this stage of the proceeding. And notwithstanding that, we further would object on the basis that this photo lacks foundation. It hasn't been authenticated.
All right, Mr. Olson, would you like to respond to Mr. Buffkin?
I believe that I provided kind of context and foundation for it in my testimony. It's not an attempt to enlarge the complaint. It's just in direct response to Mr. Abbott's claim you know, when he talked about, he submitted a invoice from Hefner Plumbing, I believe. And so I just wanted to make clear where that invoice originated and where the leak that required that repair originated. So I think at that point, it's only fair that it be admitted.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll allow the admission of the photograph into the record of evidence. We will identify the document as Olsen Direct Exhibit 3. Give the evidence the weight that it's due. All right, Mr. Olsen, sort of proceeding here and hopefully proceeding apace. You referenced Olsen 13.
Yes, ma'am.
Understand specifically which document you are referencing.
Yes, ma'am. Olsen 13. And I apologize. I said the last name and numbered sequentially, so that's what I attempted to do. Olsen 13. All right. I believe. Hold on. I think it's one of the ones that might be cut off. Olsen 12 and 13 are kind of cut off and they're scanned in. Olsen 13 is Tuesday, January 28th, 2020 at 8:41 p.m. It's an email in Gmail. It has a subject line of account 5113. And it's from Taylor Puckett at Water Resources NC. .com. It says, "Hi Eric, thank you for your email. I forwarded this to Dennis." That would be Olsen 13.
All right, is Olsen 13 2 pages?
No, ma'am. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Hold on, I might have miscounted. That might be Olsen. Sorry, what I read you was Olsen 12. Olsen 13. You are correct. That was one of the two that got the number cut off. Says regarding account 5113 repair. It's the first email is dated Tuesday, February 18th, 2020 at 12:24 p.m. And if I'm speaking too fast, please just let me know. That's partly nerves and partly habit. But if you look, it says, "Good afternoon, Ms. Puckett. Can you please forward this to Dennis?" And then there's a reply below it on Tuesday, January 28th, 2020, 8:41 p.m. It's that one.
All right, Mr. Olsen, I see the document that you're referring to. Do you wish to have this document admitted into the record of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
To the extent offered to prove the truth of the matter stated in the email, Water Resources objects on the basis of hearsay.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll allow the admission of the email into evidence. We're going to identify the email as Olsen Direct Exhibit 4. All right. Mr. Olsen, fast forwarding, you were discussing sort of the March 2020 timeframe. In your testimony, you referenced Olsen 14. Can you please help us understand which document you were referencing?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Olsen 14 was the email that it says regarding account 5113 repair. It's sent from Taylor Puckett at Water Resources on Monday, March 2nd, 2020 at 9:44 a.m. And it says, "Good morning. I just spoke with Dennis and he said if it does not rain, they will finish up your leak today."
All right. Mr. Olsen, you wish to have this document admitted in the record of evidence?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
Water Resources objects on the basis that this document is hearsay.
All right, I will overrule the objection, allow the admission of the document. We will identify the document as Olsen Direct Exhibit 5. Mr. Olsen, I'm relying on you to identify confidential information in these documents, and I haven't heard you identify any so far, but please remember that I'm relying on you for that.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, it's just my email address. I'm not overly concerned. But when we have the exhibits, when they're filed in the docket, is it possible to just have the exhibits marked confidential so that only the commission and obviously Mr. Buffkin and...
No, Mr. Olsen, only confidential information will be redacted from the record. So these documents will be publicly filed unless they include confidential information that should be redacted.
Okay. And so this is Direct 5, correct? Olsen Direct 5?
Exhibit 5.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Again, moving through your testimony, you were describing the fact that you paid your bills until September of 2020. And then during that point in your testimony, you referenced Olsen Exhibit 16. Help us understand what document that is.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Olsen Exhibit 16. Let's see. It says it's a subject line. It's a Gmail. It says subject line, water meter still leaking, 3029 Tom Savage Drive. It's from myself to Taylor Puckett. Timestamp on is September 15th, 2020 at 10:27 a.m. It starts off with, "Good morning, Ms. Puckett. I called the answering service several weeks ago."
Okay, Mr. Olson, I think I recognize the document you're referring to. Mr. Buffkin,
I do wish to have it entered into evidence, ma'am.
all right, thank you, sir. And Mr. Buffkin?
We have no objection to this.
Okay. Hearing no objection to your motion, Mr. Olson, we're going to go ahead and allow this one into the record of evidence. The document will be identified as Olsen Direct Exhibit 6. All right, Mr. Olson, further along in your testimony, when you were describing the phone calls you made to the company and responses you received or did not receive, you referenced Olsen 1. Help us understand what document that is.
Olsen 1 is basically a call history talk activity from a Verizon phone bill. And it has evidence showing my attempts to contact water resources. On this particular document, there are 4 different attempts. I put a check mark next to each one that corresponds with the water resources number and the time that I provided in my timeline of attempts to contact water resources to validate that I did attempt to contact them.
All right, I believe I understand the document that you're referring to. Do you wish for this document to be admitted into the record of evidence?
I do. I would ask, though, if possible, to redact the account number and possibly my phone number. I'm not really worried about the call evidence. I mean, it's...
All right, so Mr. Buffkin.
So, Chair Mitchell, we have no evidentiary objection to this. For the sake of efficient proceeding, we would not object to the admission of this. However, we understand Mr. Olson wants a portion of this document to be redacted. And I'm not sure how the commission would like to handle that this morning, but no objection to having this admitted with the portions that Mr. Olson believes confidential being redacted,
All right.
to the extent that's helpful to the commission.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Buffkin. Hearing no objection to the motion to admit the document into evidence, I'll allow the motion. The document will be identified as Olsen Direct Confidential Exhibit 7. We will redact the account number. Mr. Olson, I will point out to you, though, that the complaint that you filed, I'm just verifying, the complaint that you filed on February 1st, 2021 in this docket includes your telephone number, and you did not redact that information. So that information
That's
does
fine.
appear. Okay. Okay.
I appreciate the courtesy there, but yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So just for purposes of clarity of the record, the document will be admitted as Olsen and marked as Olsen Direct Exhibit Confidential Exhibit 7, and we will redact the account number.
Thank you.
All right. Moving along in your testimony, you referenced several additional documents, including Olsen 11, Olsen 12, Olsen 15, and Olsen 6. So we will need to identify those documents and determine if you want them admitted into evidence and then have them marked. So let's go through those documents. Olsen 11, help us understand which document you're referring to there.
Okay, Olsen 11 is one that had the kind of number cut off, the second numeral
Okay.
cut off. It should be Gmail sent from myself to waterresourcesnc@gmail.com, which was a email address I had for them, and Taylor Puckett at fsresidential.com. It was Monday, January 27th, 2020 at 6:45 p.m. It did receive a response, so I know it was delivered, at least to Ms. Puckett.
Okay, let's just stick to identifying the documents right now. All right, so
Olsen 11.
so the document that you refer to as Olsen 11 is an email from Eric mo80@gmail.com sent on Monday, January 27th, 2020 at 6:45 p.m. We will, do you wish to have this document admitted into the record of evidence?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
No objection from the respondent.
Okay. Hearing no objection, the motion will be allowed. The document will be identified as Olsen Direct Exhibit 8. All right. Let's move to what you refer to as Olsen 12.
Yes, ma'am. Olsen 12 is a Gmail sent from myself. Reference subject line account 5113. It was sent Tuesday, January 28th, 2020 at 8:41 a.m. to Taylor Puckett.
Okay.
I'm sorry, no. I'm sorry. This was her response on Tuesday, January 28th, 2020 at 8:41 p.m. So it went the other way. It went from Taylor Puckett to myself.
All right. And just for purposes of the record, I believe this is an email from Taylor Puckett, tpuckett@waterresourcesnc.com to Eric mo80@gmail.com, sent Tuesday, January 28th, 2020 at 8:41 a.m. Do you wish to have this document admitted into the record?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, Mr. Buffkin.
No objection from the respondent.
Okay, Mr. Buffkin, have you identified this document? Are you looking at the same document?
I believe I have it in front of me, Chair. This is a copy of an email from Water Resources to Mr. Olsen dated Tuesday, January 28th, 2020 at 8:41 a.m.
That's correct. Just want to make sure you had it in front of you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so no objection, hearing no objection, Mr. Buffkin, we will allow the motion. The document will be identified as Olsen Direct Exhibit 9. Okay. Let's move forward to Olsen 15.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so Olsen Direct Exhibit, I'm sorry, Olsen 15, it's not Direct Exhibit yet, was a follow-up email that I sent to Taylor Puckett at waterresourcesnc.com. It's from myself, account 5113, repair in the subject line. It was sent on Thursday, April 16th, 2020 at 9:50 a.m. There's a photo attached to it too, but you can't really see it. It's black and white on a printer. So.
All right, just to confirm, you're looking at another email. This one is from Eric O80@gmail.com to tpuckett@waterresourcesnc.com, dated Thursday, April 16, 2020 at 9:50 a.m.
Yes, ma'am. It's Eric
Okay.
M080. Yes, ma'am.
You wish to have this document admitted into the record?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, Mr. Buffkin.
My apologies, Chair. I have not been able to identify the document. Are we looking at an email dated Thursday, April 16, 2020 at 9:50?
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm there. Thank you.
Okay. And it's marked up at the top corner as Olsen 15.
Thank you, Chair. Water Resources basis objects on the basis of hearsay.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll allow the admission of the document into the record. We will identify this document as Olsen Direct Exhibit number 10. All right. Let's move to Olsen 6. Mr. Olsen.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. I confuse that with Direct Exhibit 6. I apologize. Olsen 6 is another page of phone records, talk activity from my cell phone with a billing period of August 27, 2020 to September 26, 2020. There's a check mark and it's identifying a call made to Water Resources Incorporated. And I would like to have this admitted into evidence with the account number redacted, please.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
No objection from the respondent.
Okay, hearing no objection, we will allow the motion. The document will be identified as Olsen Direct Exhibit number 11. All right. I believe I've covered all the documents that you've referenced. Mr. Buffkin, did you need to say something?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I apologize for the interruption. I believe the complainant's intent in offering the exhibit that you just admitted was to have the confidential information redacted.
Thank you, Mr. Buffkin, for that reminder. We will, let's clean that up. We will redact the account number on Olsen Direct Exhibit number 11. And so we will actually identify that document as Olsen Direct Confidential Exhibit 11. All right, thank you, Mr. Buffkin.
I might have, I'm sorry, I might have missed a few. When I was talking, there's some other phone records that show calls to Water Resources that were unanswered. Olsen 4, the way it's marked, it's a billing period, April 27th, 2020 to May 26th, 2020. I would like that admitted into evidence. It has 2 check marks on May 21st and May 23rd showing calls to Water Resources Incorporated. And I'd just like the same proviso that the account number be redacted if it's admitted, if it's allowed into evidence.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
No objection from the respondent.
All right, hearing no objection, motion will be allowed. The document will be identified as Olsen Direct Confidential Exhibit 12. Account number will be redacted.
In the same vein, Ms. Mitchell, I'd also like Olsen 5 is another bill showing a call on June 13th. And again, same stipulation. I would like it admitted into evidence. Has a billing period of May 27, 2020 to June 26, 2020. I would just like that account number redacted for confidentiality.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
Chair, we have no evidentiary objection. However, unlike the previous similar documents that were admitted, Mr. Olsen did not testify just a moment ago that he altered this document. So with that proviso, we would not have an objection.
I'm sorry. I did alter it by putting check marks next to the dates of the calls.
No objection from the respondent.
Thank you.
All right, I just to be clear that I am looking at the same document that you are, Mr. Olsen. I see only one check mark. Is that correct?
I'm looking at Olsen 2 with a billing period of April 27, 2020 to May 26, 2020. And there's 3 check marks from April 27.
We were on Olsen 5.
Olsen 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on Olsen 2. Olsen 5. Sorry. Thank you for the clarification on that. Olsen 5 does have 1 check mark on June 13th.
All right, Mr. Buffkin. Again, just purposes, clarity of the record here. Mr. Olsen's moved that Olsen 5 be admitted into evidence. Any objection to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We will, I'll allow motion is allowed, we'll identify what is Olsen 5 as Olsen Direct Confidential Exhibit 13. Account number will be redacted. All right, let's look at Olsen 2. Mr. Olsen, you may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Much the same thing. And I guess because I didn't mention some directly, I guess it's confusing because I'm kind of out of order. I had them sort of chronologically. But so Olsen 2, the billing period is April 27th, 2020 to May 26th, 2020. I would like that admitted into evidence. I did alter it to put check marks next to 3 phone calls on April 27th. I would just like the account number redacted and it entered into evidence.
Okay, Mr. Buffkin.
Objection. I'm sorry, I think I got cut off. That was no objection.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no objection, motion is allowed. The document will be identified as Olsen Direct Confidential Exhibit 14. The account number will be redacted. All right, Mr. Olsen.
Okay, and 1 second. It's 4, it's 5. If I could have just 1 moment to put these kind of back in order, just so I can make sure they're all included. Olsen 8 is a billing statement talk activity from September 27, 2020 to October 26, 2020. I did alter it by putting a check mark next to a phone call on October 7th at 9:24 a.m. and October 12th at 1:38 p.m. I would like that admitted into evidence with the account number redacted if that's possible.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
We'd just like it to be noted for the record that Mr. Olson did, I believe, well, let me say this, Chair, with regard to these similar documents, if we could, Water Resources would not raise objection to the admission of these so long as it's noted in the record that the documents have been altered by the complainant.
All right, thank you, Mr. Buffkin. All right, well, hearing no objection to the motion, I'll allow Olsen 8 into the record. We'll mark the document as Olsen Direct Confidential Exhibit 15, count number redacted.
I think that might cover all the phone records if I could just have 1 moment. Okay. 12. I believe there's an email that's still outstanding. It looks like the phone is probably okay. And there's some photos that we probably should still address. 6. And Olsen 1 is in there is Exhibit 7, confidential Exhibit 7. Olsen 17, I believe, is a pretty important email that I did reference in testimony. It's the copy of the email from Austin Pegues to Nisi Lavoie copying me. That was when he went out from the NCDENR and examined the leak at the meter and determined that it was the responsibility of Water Resources to repair. So Olsen 17, that email, I would like to have that admitted into evidence, please.
Mr. Buffkin.
Water Resources objects on the basis that this exhibit lacks a proper foundation. It hasn't been authenticated, and to the extent offered to prove the truth of the matter stated in the exhibit, it's improper hearsay.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection, allow the motion. We'll identify the document as Olsen Direct Exhibit 16.
Chair Mitchell, if I may, Olsen 10 was an email that I used in testimony to validate the fact that I had attempted to contact them on the 23rd and the 24th. It was sent from my Gmail on Monday, December 30th, 2019 at 1:48 p.m. to Taylor Puckett. And I would like that admitted into evidence, please.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
No objection from the respondent.
All right, thank you, Mr. Buffkin. Hearing no objection, motion is allowed. The document will be identified as Olsen Direct Exhibit 17. All right, Mr. Olsen, let me give you one more minute to go through your documents, and if you're ready to proceed with the remainder of your testimony, please do so.
Okay, thank you. Can I go ahead at this point too and also ask that the remaining photos that were provided be admitted into direct evidence, and I can provide some background for each that, should it be required. The one of the backhoe we already have admitted. The video has been admitted. There's still a few photos outstanding, and they're going to just kind of speak to my point about the extent of the leak, the amount of water that was wasted, and where it was going, which I think is relevant, especially when we look at the issue of a past due bill or past due balance, in addition to any kind of environmental impact that might have arisen there, that did arise. I actually forget might, and or property damage too. But if we look at the photos in question, I'm sorry, I'm maneuvering between a few screens, so I appreciate your patience. Okay, this is going to be, it's a PDF. This was provided to Mr. Buffkin at his request on Monday, that the files be submitted in a format that didn't require a host server, which is fine. Photo 1 just shows the orange traffic cone on the left. It shows where the leak, that's sitting on top of the leaking water meter. It shows a leak there across the bottom of the driveway. It's got some algae in there. It's been long standing. It's got calcified water coming directly from the meter box, or chlorinated water. I don't know what it is, but it calcified. We have really hard water here. And I would like that admitted into evidence as well.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
Water Resources would object on the basis of this lacks proper foundation. It hasn't been authenticated. And to the extent that Mr. Olsen just offered lay testimony as to a matter that would be properly spoken to by experts, that's the basis for our objection.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll allow the evidence into the record. We will identify the photographs as Olsen Direct Exhibit number 18.
And Chair Mitchell, if I may just clarify, was that as to all the remaining 4 photographs or
Photograph
just?
photo 1.
Thank you.
Photo 1.
And I'm sorry, that was 18, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Photo 2, and that was taken on, photo 1 was 2/23/21. They are timestamped in the Google photo album link that should still be available if somebody need to authenticate it. Photo 2 was taken on March 10th of 2021. It just shows the sheer extent of the leak, and to me it shows how much water was going through the meter and not passing into my water lines, and that shows it traveling down the street all the way, probably about 150 yards. I won't, well, maybe not. So we can scratch that, but shows it traveling down the street all the way to the nearest sewer. Great. And I would like that photo admitted into evidence.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
No objection from the respondent.
All right, hearing no objection, I'll allow the motion. Photo number 2 will be identified as Olsen Direct. Exhibit 19. All right. Photo 3 is already in.
Photo 4 is actually, it was taken on June 7th, 21. This is where the leak appeared after the backhoe had dug in to repair leak A1/A2. Above the cone, you can see the ground is relatively dry and a little bit behind it, but then there's that leak right there coming out. I'm sorry if I'm speaking too low. Please let me know.
All right, so are you asking, Mr. Olson, that photo 4 be admitted into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Buffkin.
Water Resources objects on the basis that this photo lacks authentication. There has been a proper foundation, and to the extent that Mr. Olson offered expert testimony, not being qualified as an expert.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to allow the evidence into the record, and the photo will be identified as Olsen Direct, Exhibit 20. All right, Mr. Olson, proceed, please.
And yeah, Chair Mitchell, unless I'm incorrect, which is certainly possible, I think that covers every exhibit that I attempted to submit. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. Olson, you make sure that you've gotten into the record all that, or you've attempted to get into the record all the documents that you want before the commission and considered in this proceeding.
Okay, I believe I have.
Okay. All right, then you may proceed with your testimony where we left off.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on procedure there. I appreciate it.
And just as a reminder, Mr. Olson, going forward, if you refer to any additional documents, please at that time seek to have them admitted into the record if you so choose, and we will go through this this whole thing for each of those documents.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. So the primary point, again here today is an issue I had with some of the respondents' response to the formal complaint. One was denying responsibility for the leak, which I believe has been established was their responsibility. Sorry, I have a dog that might start going in a minute. So that was one issue. Hold on, can I be excused for just one moment? Is that permissible for me to just?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a recess for 15 minutes? We'll
Okay.
go back onto the record at 11:50.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Please mute your lines and turn off your video. Thank you.
Seeing the option to mute my line.
Should be on the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, all I'm seeing is hold on. All I'm seeing here is people's icons, and I have a phone button, I have a person button, I have a chat button, I have 3 dots that say raise hand, feedback, audio connection, speaker, and microphone, switch to desktop app. For some reason, those 2 icons disappeared. The ones that had my option to mute my mic. I don't.
I can mute for you.
Okay.
Can you turn off your video?
I don't have either of those 2 options for some reason.
Okay.
And we're coming back at what time?
11:50, I think.
Okay.
Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Let me do this real fast.
I have the chat option.
I stopped your video and I'm about to mute you.
Okay, thank you.
Real fast, can you turn your video on?
Nope. Would you be able to do that?
Let me see. No.
I mean, I can try to leave and come back, but that's sort of,
Yeah, I don't want to,
I think now it's saying attendee ID number. Hold on, maybe I have two feeds going. No, there's only one WebEx event in progress.
Yeah,
Oh,
you do because I
okay, I
have you as an
I have,
attendee and a panelist.
okay, so let me close one's, all right, you know what happened? The one that was in the web browser eventually opened.
Okay.
So I will go into, I'll leave that one and go into the one that's just the Cisco extension that was added temporarily. I apologize for the confusion.
No, no worries.
All right, Kim Mitchell, give me the signal. You ready? Okay. All right, let's get back on the record, please. All right, Mr. Olson.
Mitchell, you're on mute.
Mr. Olson,
Yes, ma'am.
before going off the record, we were with you, so please continue your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. All right. And so to kind of just recap why all that evidence was offered, again, as far as the timeline and the attempts to contact water resources in particular, the timeline and breaking the leak down was to establish responsibility and that it rested solely with water resources and that the owner was aware. The attempts to contact water resources, which are numerous and in multiple formats, are actually in direct response to something in the respondent's response to my formal complaint, in which they deny not responding to my attempts to contact them. In April of 2018, there was an application for a rate increase. It's a matter of public record with the North Carolina Utilities Commission. It's W-1034 sub 8. Water Resources basically asked for a rate increase. And then in that docket, which again, I believe should be admissible simply because I've had access to it. It is public record. Mr. Buffkin, Mr. Abbott have all had access to it. In that docket, there's a status of deficiency corrections noted in the recommended order approving agreed upon rates. It's filed August 30th, 2019. In that PDF on page 4 of 4, item number 11, Water Resources Incorporated should return customer calls within 60 minutes of receipt and document this in the logbook of customer complaints. And Mr. Abbott indicated that ongoing compliance was in place. That's 2 months before, 3 months, prior to my leak and them not doing so. And so, I would submit to you all that this was an ongoing issue. This predates COVID. This predates my leak, that there was an identified deficiency in Water Resources response to customers. It was brought to the owner's attention, and as recently as August 30th, 2019, Water Resources claimed they were returning customer calls within 60 minutes of receipt and documenting this in the logbook of customer complaints. And I think that the evidence provided clearly shows that that's not the case, and it's something that they denied in their response when they said, in response to paragraph 6 of my formal complaint, Water Resources quotes denies the allegation that Water Resources does not answer its phone, return calls, messages, or emails, and that is simply and categorically untrue. So I would like that, if it needs to be admitted into evidence, W1034 sub 8, the document that's with the North Carolina Utilities Commission already, I would like that admitted into evidence, please.
All right, Mr. Olson, just to be clear, are you referring to the filing made on August 30th, 2019 in docket number 1034 sub 8 of the North Carolina Utilities Commission?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Buffkin, well, let me do it this way. The commission will take judicial notice of that filing in the docket. All right. You may proceed, Mr. Olson.
Okay. And I won't take up too much more of your time. I would ask that Water Resources provide those contact logs that they claim they were keeping, documenting and proving that they responded to all of the contact attempts that I enumerated going into this. I believe that lack of customer care directly contradicts the statements in his response to my complaint, as well as his assurances to the NCUC in his 2018 application for a rate increase. I'm aware that there's another application for a rate increase pending, and I'd object strongly to that for a wide variety of reasons. And at this point, I just have a few closing remarks, and I'd just appreciate if they could be heard. The respondent's response to my formal complaint was woefully insufficient. I would humbly submit to you that if you read the response, and I'm sure you have, a statement appears sort of reminiscent of Ollie North in the Iran-Contra hearings, but it goes like this. Water Resources lack sufficient information to admit or deny this allegation, and therefore the same is denied. And I would humbly submit to everybody on the commission that what in legalese may pass for a blanket denial, it is in reality a tacit admission of guilt. The phrase itself, lacks sufficient information to admit or deny the allegation, and therefore the same is denied, is logically fallacious. The inherent flaw being that if one lacks sufficient information to admit something, then one also equally lacks sufficient information to deny it, and subsequently opting for one over the other makes the denial itself arbitrary and therefore meaningless. And I would argue that it was just a blanket denial. It was arbitrarily denying and lacked meaning. So that's one issue I have with the response to the formal complaint. I don't feel like it was taken seriously. Also, the meter readings that were provided by the defendant, they aren't sufficient to disprove my claim that I don't owe them anything as far as past due bills. I'm not arguing that it didn't pass through the meter. I'm arguing that it never passed into my service lines. The meter is their property. And the evidence they provided was basically a table done up in what looks like it could have been Google Docs or another word processing document that, has a previous meter reading and a number, and then another meter reading, current meter reading number. And there's no evidence to support that those numbers are accurate. But again, even if they are, the water passing through the meter, if it never makes it to my service line, it's not my responsibility to pay for. And it's not a question of the money. I'd gladly, if the commission ordered, take that money and give it to an environmental charity. I don't care about the 249, whatever it is, back bill. But I do have a moral issue with remitting that to Water Resources Inc., especially in light of the environmental damage that occurred. The meter, I will stipulate, was installed a new meter in June of 2021. And this is that, their repairs are sufficient, their claim that their repairs are sufficient. The meter may be new as of June 2021, but the box housing it and equipment on either side of it is still in a state of decay and disrepair. That was also in the statement of deficiencies that we referenced, that the equipment was old and outdated and in a state of disrepair. And the response, I believe, and again, I understand you're going to take it into judicious consideration if I apologize if I misquote, but this equipment was identified as needing to be replaced as many as 3 years ago. So the box is still leaning out of my connecting lines at an angle of I guess roughly 20 to 30 degrees, and it's supported by a half of a piece of a brick. It's actually my brick. I used it to funnel the water away in the last couple weeks of spring 2021. To rig up a system of pipes to route the water away. So it's not a professional fix, in my opinion. I understand, as Mr. Buffkin was saying, I'm speaking as a layperson and not a qualified expert. But I have an opinion on it, and looking at it, it doesn't seem to be very stable. I'm waiting for it to start leaking again, is what I'm saying here. I understand that the commission is forced to consider the incident in isolation. But while the commission is forced to consider this incident in isolation, I believe a holistic view of the utility's business practices reveal that this incident is indicative of a systemic issue, which is namely the absolute and long-standing failure of Water Resources Incorporated to respond to customer service issues and/or maintain the equipment in the neighborhood. There are numerous households in the community who have been victims of the neglect of Water Resources Incorporated. And despite his statement that Mr. Abbott provided, his attorney provided me the statement this morning, these issues predate the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, all one has to do is look back to the 2018 application for rate increase to see this. So to recap, and this is where I'll close, we are here because the respondents' continued refusal to accept responsibility not only for a costly leak that wasted a tremendous amount of water and damaged my property, but also for willfully and maliciously neglecting his duty to provide appropriate customer service to those who are forced to rely on him for something as vital as drinking water. In light of this habitual disregard for its customers and responsibilities, I would ask that the North Carolina Utilities Commission revoke Resources Incorporated's franchise and ability to continue operating a utility in the state of North Carolina, as well as impose every single sanction and penalty applicable as regards the events brought to its attention today. And that's it for me.
All right. Cross-examination of the witness, Mr. Buskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Olsen, in the last 2 or 3 years, have you ever experienced an interruption in your water service that lasted more than, say, 2 or 3 hours? Setting aside interruptions for construction work that was done, have you experienced an interruption in your water service?
Setting aside construction, I believe so. There was a couple where the pipes were frozen. There's some cold mornings where we didn't get water.
Okay. And if the frozen pipes were the issue, do you believe that was Water Resources' responsibility?
I'm not aware of what kind of responsibility they have to insulate the pipes or how deep they have to bury them or something like that. I really couldn't answer that.
Do you have any knowledge or expertise in the utility business, in the water utility business?
I've gained some, I believe, over the past 18 months. But prior to that, no, sir.
Have you ever worked as a plumber
No, sir.
or repaired a plumbing leak?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any indication that there's a leak on your property today?
As of today, no, sir.
So the issue you initially complained about has been resolved, is that correct?
The leak itself, there's a working repair that is currently holding, yes.
Can you explain what you mean by a working repair?
The repair was done enough to get the leak to stop for now. But how the long-term efficacy of the repair, I can't comment on that.
So just to confirm, there is no leak on your property today?
Not today, no, sir.
Okay. So then you agree that the leak you complained about has been resolved?
Yes, sir.
All right. One issue you raised is that Water Resources was slow in resolving your issues. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you received any communications from Water Resources that you have not provided to the commission by way of exhibits or testimony today?
During that time period, not to the best of my knowledge. Mr. Abbott did leave a voicemail for me again in January of 20. We did meet at the bottom of the driveway prior to that initial, what I'll call the Band-Aid repair of A1. That was probably sometime in early to mid-February. We spoke then. Since the show cause hearing, I've had communications with Water Resources primarily regarding cloudy water. So, heavily oxygenated water. I met with Dennis Abbott for leak B. We worked out there and talked there, trying to determine where the leak came from. Yes, sir.
So then Water Resources has been responsive to you and has communicated with you, is that correct?
Not between March of 2020 and May 27th of 2021, to the best of my knowledge, no. And other than what's been put in there, but I believe that all communication more or less stopped March 20th. But since the show cause hearing, yes.
Okay, so let's focus on the last couple months then.
Sure.
Has Water Resources been responsive to you in the last couple months?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so would you agree then that the problem you complained about, lack of responsiveness, has been corrected?
Recently, it's improved. But my issue is not the recent service, it's that 18-month period from December of 2019 to May of 2021. So my
Okay.
complaint focuses on that time period. There's nothing in my complaint stating that I have a problem with their responsiveness from May 2021 going forward. So that would be outside of my complaint. It's not in there.
But part of what you've asked for is a correction in behavior and an improvement in customer service by the utility. Is that correct?
That's something that I would assume should have to happen right away. Yeah.
Okay. And based on your experience in the last 2 to 3 months, has responsiveness improved and the problem has been corrected?
Considering the utter lack of responsiveness for 18 months, yes.
Okay, just to confirm, the problem with customer responsiveness has been corrected based on your experience in the last 2 to 3 months. Is that
Thus
correct?
far, thus far, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Olson, do you understand that everything on the customer side of the meter is the customer's responsibility to keep in good repair?
That is not my understanding. I spoke with somebody from the NCDENR and multiple private plumbers that said anything in the box as your rule of thumb is the responsibility of the utility, and the utility's equipment is their responsibility. So it doesn't matter which side of the meter it's on. If it's the meter itself, it belongs to the utility. I also had multiple plumbers refuse to work on it because they said this isn't our property, this is the private property of the utility and we can't touch it. So no, that's not my understanding.
Well, then what is your understanding about financial responsibility and the responsibility to keep a customer service line in good repair?
I don't understand your question.
Do you understand the term customer service line?
Do you mean a phone line or are you talking about a physical plumbing line? When you say line, you mean plumbing line or telephone line?
Let me try this. Mr. Olson, would it help you if I showed you a copy of the commission's rules that define customer service line?
I mean, you can paraphrase it for me. I'll take your word for it. But if you'd like to show it to me, that's fine.
Madam Chair, if I may direct the witness's attention to an exhibit that has been provided and labeled Respondent Potential Exhibit 5.
Actually, I'm sorry, may I point something out? So I do have a problem with that actually. So I was never provided the, you mentioned in an email to me on Monday when you claimed that all the exhibits were provided.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm gonna interrupt here. We're on cross-examination. The witness is not responding to a question.
Right. Mr. Olson, please, do you have the document in front of you to which
No.
Mr. Buffkin has referred?
No, I do not.
Were you provided with those documents?
Not by the Utilities Commission. They said, Mr. Buffkin said that they sent a link to a safe link place. And on Monday, I emailed Sam Watson and said I haven't been provided that with that link, and I asked to get it, and I never received a response. I received a response, but he didn't respond to that issue. So no, I do not have that document. Mr. Buffkin claims that all of this stuff was sent to me. I did manage to locate in the spam folder of my Gmail. There was a situation where a paralegal from Mr. Buffkin's office on Friday afternoon sent several large files in rapid succession, which of course flagged it as spam. It moved to Gmail, but I don't know if I even got all of them. Some of them might have been kicked back for file size, as Mr. Buffkin acknowledged in an email on Monday. And I emailed Mr. Watson on Monday and said I would prefer to have the link that Mr. Buffkin references through the NCUC that's like a safe link or something like that.
Mr. Olson, so do you have the documents in front of you now?
No, ma'am, I do not.
All right. Mr. Buffkin, I'm looking at Water Respondent Potential Exhibit 5. And it is, from what I can tell, Rule R17-15 of the Commission's Rules and Regulations. Am I correct about that?
That is the document I was referencing.
All
Yes,
right, the Commission will take judicial notice of Rule R7-15.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Olson, would you accept that Commission Rule R715, titled Service Connections, defines the meaning of customer service line?
I don't have that document in front of me. So I can't answer that.
All right. I guess I am confused as to why, Mr. Olson, you do not have the documents and why you didn't make that known before we began the hearing today. Be that as it may, so that we may proceed. Mr. Buffkin, are you in a position to share your screen and put the document in front of the witness?
Yes, ma'am, I am prepared to do that. It does not appear that I have sharing privileges at
All
this
right.
moment.
I'm sorry, may I?
No, Mr. Olson, no. We have, let me see here. Is there anyone on the commission side that's able to share their screen and identify and put the document in front of the witness?
Chair, I can give Mr. Buffkin privileges.
It's my
Share
understanding that we may have privileges on our side. John, Jill, are you able to provide to share your screen?
Yes, if you just give me one moment, let me pull up those documents for you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Chair Mitchell.
Mr. Olson, you may proceed.
I did notify Mr. Watson on Monday via email that I didn't receive the link to those exhibits
Okay, all
that
right.
allegedly the commission sent to Mr. Buffkin, but I didn't get it, and I asked that it be sent, and I had never received a response doing so.
And just so I am clear, do you have, you did receive the link that was provided by Mr. Buffkin?
It wasn't a link by Mr. Buffkin. Mr. Buffkin's paralegal sent a bunch of files. Some of them probably got kicked back because of file size. Some of them made it through, but they made it to spam because of the way they were sent in. I do have some of them that made it into spam, but I had requested of Mr. Watson on Monday that, Mr. Buffkin in his response saying, "Oh, we sent it to you. Maybe your email wouldn't take it." I did send Mr. Watson an email and saying, "Hey, Mr. Buffkin references this link, and I'll find the name of it." And I said I would be more comfortable opening the exhibits that way. Is it possible you could send it to me? And in his responses, he did not. So the commission was made. It was made known to the commission.
All right, at this point, is John, can anyone on the commission side share their screen? I see that there's an icon by Jill's name.
Yes, I gave Jill the power to share her screen.
Okay, all right, perfect.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
All right, Mr. Buffkin, let's get back to where we were before this interruption. You were referencing document respondent potential exhibit 5. And for the record, I indicated that the commission would take judicial notice of R7-15 of the commission's rules and regulations. Do you want to go back? Would you like to put that document on the screen so that the complainant, Mr. Olson, may refer to that document?
Yes, Chair. Mr. Olson just testified it would be helpful to his testimony.
Okay.
And for the benefit of the commission staff, that is page 7 of that PDF document that was just displayed.
Okay.
And again, it is captioned respondent potential exhibit 5.
Okay. So can we get to that document?
Yes, 1 second. I have it, but it was only pulling up page 1. So let me get to page 7.
Okay. All right, we can see the document. Jill, if you are able, would you please increase the size? All right, just let me check in with a witness. Are you able to see the document? All right,
Yes,
we're on we're on
Yes, ma'am.
exhibit 6 right now, so please scroll to exhibit 5. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Scroll up just a bit more. All right, let's stop right there. All right, Mr. Buffkin, confirm for us that you can see the document.
Yes, Chair, I can.
All right, and Mr. Olson, please confirm you can see the document.
Yes, ma'am, I can see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Olson, in this document, which the commission has taken judicial notice of, could I direct your attention to subsection D? And would you agree that this provision in the commission's rules requires you, the utility customer, to keep your customer service line in good repair?
Yes,
And do you see that the definition of customer service line is provided in that same section?
hold on, let me just zoom in on this a bit.
I'm sorry, strike that. Yes, the question is, do you see in the first sentence of subsection D, the words, "The customer shall furnish and lay the necessary pipe to make the connection from the property line nearest the utilities water main, and shall keep the service line from the property line to the place of consumption in good repair." Do you see
Yes.
that?
I see it.
All right. And would you agree, as applied to your situation here that we've been talking about, your customer service line is the plumbing that runs from the meter to your house, the place of consumption. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you agree it's your responsibility to keep that line in good repair pursuant to subsection D of this rule.
Yes, sir.
Do you acknowledge you failed to do that?
No, sir. When we dug up those lines initially to check the source of the leak, and you'll see it in that video, there's no leak on those lines. Those lines are in good repair and not leaking. They didn't start leaking until a backhoe dug over them. Prior to that, they were in good repair.
Again, here, Chair Mitchell, to the extent that Mr. Olson's attempting to enlarge the issues raised in his complaint, Water Resources objects.
But you asked a question about it, so I was just answering the question.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection there, Mr. Buffkin. Commission historically lenient on cross-examination, so we'll allow the information in.
Mr. Olson, can you tell me about the geography of your residence? And specifically, is your house at a slightly higher elevation than the location of the end of your driveway?
I don't believe so. It appears pretty flat to me. I mean, my house isn't on a hill, if that's what you're asking, or a slope.
If you poured a bucket of water out on your driveway, at the top of your driveway, would it run down to the street?
I don't believe so. I believe it would run into the yard on the side of the driveway. I've never done it, but I believe it would probably go towards my mailbox area.
So then it follows logically that your mailbox is slightly lower than the foundation of your house. Is that correct?
If that's the direction I'm pouring the bucket, yes, sir. I mean, like I said, it's flat to the best of my knowledge. If I poured it in that direction, I'm sure it would go in that direction just from the force of it. If I poured it in the other direction, I believe it would go that way too. There's not a noticeable slope in my driveway.
Mr. Olson, you submitted as Exhibit 19 a photo of your street that shows water running down the side of the street and the curb. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The street does go downhill. My driveway does not.
So, Mr. Olson, if there was a leak on your customer service line, it follows logically then that the water would run down into the meter toward the street. Is that correct?
I don't necessarily believe so. Like I said, my yard is flat going out to the street. What happened with the leak we're discussing is it went over the top of the driveway and also on that edge, and then it followed the gutter down, which does go down the street.
Mr. Olson, would it be helpful to your testimony on this point if I showed you a topographical map of your neighborhood?
If you would like, sure.
Madam Chair, I call the witness's attention to a document labeled Respondent Potential Exhibit 4. And if I may, thank you, Ms. Frank. That document is now on the screen in front of you. Do you see that, Mr. Olson?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize this as a screenshot of the Cabarrus County GIS program, which is publicly available online?
I've never used that program, sir, but I do recognize that it appears to be a map of the neighborhood.
Okay.
And that's
And
Tom Savage Drive, and I'm going to guess that little pin is my house. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay.
And if you would direct your attention to the bottom middle portion of that photograph, would
Okay.
you agree that that is a winding creek?
So you're talking about halfway in the bottom. If I can probably zoom in on it, is it labeled?
It is.
Something, whoa, that was way too much. I'm sorry. Something Creek. Reedy Creek. Is that the creek?
Correct. So you see that creek there.
Yes, sir.
Would you accept that your neighborhood gently slopes down to that creek?
Yes, sir. The road does.
All right. So would you also accept that the elevation of the land depicted at the top of the screen is higher than that land depicted down by Reedy Creek?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it follows logically then that water that might be leaking from a plumbing would flow down your driveway and down the street in the general direction of this creek. Is that correct?
No, sir. Once it hits the street, it will, because the street goes down, but the lots were leveled.
Mr. Olson, can you see the topographical lines on this map?
The blue lines?
The blue lines indicate the boundaries of parcels. And it's a little faint, but you have a copy of the exhibit provided to you. And do you see the indicated topographical lines?
I don't. Are they gray?
They are.
Okay, I do see those.
Would you agree that this indicates that there is a gentle slope in your neighborhood, generally speaking, from the back of your lot to the front of your lot?
I don't know how to interpret that. I have a gray spot in the back of the lot and a gray spot in the middle of the lot. I don't know how to interpret the elevation on that. I see that there's a low spot in the back, there's a low spot in the middle of the front, and then there's no gray indicated at the end of the driveway. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Mr. Olson, we're trying to get an idea of the topography of your lot.
Okay. So no, I don't see any gray at the bottom of my driveway. I see it about quarter or a third of the way up the middle, favoring the right-hand side of my lot if you're looking at the street. But I will concede that the road in the neighborhood as a whole gradually trends downward.
Okay, so then you agree that if you poured a bucket of water out in the top of your driveway, it would run down your driveway and into the street in the general direction of Reedy Creek, as indicated on this map.
No, sir. If I poured a bucket of water out on the road at the end of my driveway, yes, it would. If I poured it into the gutter that runs down the end of my driveway, along the edge of the end of my driveway, it would run downhill, yes, sir. But if I poured it at the very top of the driveway, no, I believe it would sit there. And the photo kind of shows that water had been sitting there stagnant. The one that we admitted into evidence that showed calcified water and algae sitting at the top of my driveway. If that had been free flowing, I don't believe that would have had time to calcify there.
Water Resources objects on the basis that this is improper expert witness testimony from a lay witness.
Ma'am, I would argue that it's logical observation based on photographic evidence.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection, allow his testimony in, and Mr. Buffkin, let's move forward here.
Mr. Olsen, at some point during your testimony, you said that water was going through the meter and then leaking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you understand that if water was passing through your meter, it was entering to your customer service line as defined in the rule we just showed you, and that is your financial responsibility to repair. Isn't that correct?
But my service line wasn't damaged. If my service line was damaged, yes, sir, that would be my financial responsibility to repair.
And isn't it true that during the time when you were, say, Water Resources was not responding to you, there was a disagreement between you and the company about the source of the leak and the financial responsibility. Is that correct?
I agree they denied responsibility.
And do you recognize that if a utility makes a repair to a customer's personal property, the result is a windfall to that customer?
I do, yes, sir.
In a sense, all the other customers would pay for that customer's repair. Isn't that correct?
Probably in a sense, depends on how the company operates, yes.
And that's exactly what you've asked for in your complaint. Isn't that right?
No. I'm not asking for money. I mean, if we can't determine how much of the water that leaked out of the end of that meter made it into my service line, then I can't in good conscience say, oh, it was $249 worth, when I know that a good amount of it passed through the meter and then down the street. So if the company doesn't repair the
Mr.
meter,
Olsen, we're not talking about that issue at the moment. The question is,
I'm trying to understand your question. Go ahead.
the question is, why did you want Water Resources to repair your customer service line when it was your financial responsibility to do so?
Because it was their contractors that damaged it with a backhoe. And that's in a photograph that's admitted into evidence.
Here again, Madam Chair, that was not included in the complaint, and Water Resources objects on the basis it would be inappropriate to enlarge the complaint at this stage in the proceeding.
But I mean, if he's talking about leak B, then Water Resources is the one enlarging the complaint here. They're discussing a leak that occurred outside the scope of my complaint. That was leak B, where the contractors dug over it. Plus, the photograph is already in evidence.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection, allow the answer in.
So, Mr. Olsen, while this disagreement was going on between you and Water Resources about the source of the leak, do you recognize that it would be reasonable and prudent for a utility to ensure that it was not repairing a customer's personal property?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Olsen, why have you stopped paying your bills to Water Resources?
Because I advised them in September that if that meter wasn't repaired, I couldn't continue to pay a bill in good conscience if I wasn't sure that the numbers are accurate.
Do you have any legal basis for taking that action?
Nope, just reasonable.
Do you understand the term self-help as it's used in the law?
Nope. No, sir.
Would you accept that the term self-help as it's used in the law is generally defined as a person taking unilateral action without any legal basis to do so?
If that's the definition of self-help that's in the law, yes, sir.
Well, let's use that definition as you've accepted here today. And isn't that exactly what you've done in refusing to pay your water bills?
Yes, I found it was not correct for me to pay a bill that I wasn't sure was accurate.
And you did that without any legal basis or factual justification, isn't that correct?
No, just common sense.
Well, Mr. Olsen, if it was the case that a leak was on your customer service line and was not on the utility property, what justification would you have to stop paying your bill?
In November 2020, an engineer from the North Carolina Department of Environmental and Natural Resources stated that the leak was the responsibility of Water Resources Incorporated. So I used that expert from the state as my justification to not pay the bill.
Water Resources objects on the basis of hearsay.
Of course you do, but that's in evidence already.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, allow the information in. Please proceed, Mr. Buffkin.
Mr. Olson, are you experiencing any financial hardship due to COVID-19?
No, sir. I've been
Have
very
you sought
fortunate.
to enter a payment plan with Water Resources to address your arrears in billing?
No, sir. I prorated from the day that the leak was fixed. I paid that bill and I've paid every bill since.
Has water, so you are current on your bills with Water Resources today?
I'm current on new bills. Nothing that was and nothing from the time frame that carried over during the leak from September to May 27th, I believe, of 2021.
So
That's the
you
only
have a past due balance today.
I do.
Mr. Olson, did Water Resources accommodate you by making 2 billing adjustments during the year 2020?
That I'm not aware of. They said they made a leak adjustment, but I was not made privy to what the details of that were.
Madam Chair, Water Resources has submitted evidence in support of the factual assertion that leak adjustments were made in Mr. Olson's bill. We have submitted that. It's been verified by Mr. Abbott. However, the document, we believe, contains confidential information. So we'd ask the commission to take notice of that document at this time, although reference to it is not required in the hearing today. Due to its confidential nature, we'd like to avoid referring to that. But it is been submitted to the commission and has been verified as being accurate.
All right, Mr. Buffkin, are you asking that the document be admitted into evidence, or are you just wanting us to look at it at this time?
At this moment, I'd like it to be noted that it has been submitted as a part of the paper filings in this record.
Gotcha.
And we'll return to it when we're ready to admit exhibits.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can he direct us to it so we can look at it?
I believe he's referring to Exhibit B to the complaint. It's confidential. I'm sorry, Exhibit B to the answer. Is that correct, Mr. Buffkin?
That's correct, Madam Chair. It was filed with the Commission on June 14th, 2020, and accompanied by the verification form signed and notarized, stating that the matters included in that filing are true to the best of Mr. Abbott's knowledge.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Buffkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm crossing questions off, Madam Chair, and I think we're getting close to the end here. Mr. Olson, you raised the issue of the customer service log. Have you taken note that Water Resources filed in docket W-1034 sub 8 a customer service log covering second quarter of 2021?
I have seen that. Yes, that's outside of the time period I'm referring to, but yes, sir, I have.
All right. Did you note in that filing that the company stated that it is investigating the existence and location of customer contact logs covering previous quarters since March 31, 2019, and that the company would be taking appropriate action by way of filing to provide those customer logs to the commission?
I didn't read it.
Would you accept that it's true that that document says what it says and has been filed with the commission?
You said this is W-1034 sub 8, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm referencing a filing on in the commission's docket that was made on September 20th, 2021.
Yes, sir. If y'all could have just one moment, I'm seeing some here. And that's on what page of that, please?
Page 1.
Page 1. It says, Water Resources Incorporated continues to investigate the existence. So you're trying to figure out if they exist and location of customer contact logs covering previous quarters since March 31st, 2019. That's what you're referring to?
Correct. So do you agree it says what it says?
I do. Yeah. Yes, sir. I agree that it says what it says.
All right, thank you. And so do you acknowledge then that Water Resources has been complying with the commission's order?
Not if they don't exist. They haven't been produced. That document, from what I understand, says we're looking to see A, if they exist, and B, we're trying to find them. So if they don't exist and or Water Resources doesn't find them and provide them, then I would disagree with that statement.
Would you agree that the opposite is true? That if Water Resources finds them and provides them, then it has complied with the commission's order?
I would agree that the opposite of that is true, yes. But they would more than likely have to provide some sort of verification in the form of a phone record, or email record, something like that for me to believe it.
Mr. Olson, you ever run over your meter box with your car?
No, I have not. Not to the best of my knowledge, no.
How can you explain the observance of tire tracks over the water meter box?
I can explain that a variety of ways. Do you want some just kind of simple scenarios?
No, I want a direct answer to the question, please.
Can you repeat your question?
How do you explain the fact that tire tracks have been observed over and around your meter box?
So somebody, be it an Uber driver, a Grubhub driver, an Amazon driver, a neighborhood person, your client, somebody ran over the meter box at some point in time.
Could it have been you?
Nope.
Why
Because
do
I'm
you say
well
that?
aware of my driveway, and I'm well aware that I've never driven over it.
What kind of car do you drive?
Right now, I drive a CRV with backup camera on it.
You ever owned a pickup truck?
No, sir. Never in my life. I've driven one 3 times.
And how long have you owned the CRV?
Since March of this year. Prior to that, I owned a Honda Accord, also with a backup camera.
So you can't explain why there were tire tracks near your meter box.
No, sir, especially not pickup truck ones.
So, Mr. Olson, I'm wrapping up here.
Okay.
You have testified today that the leak you complained about has been fixed. Is that correct?
For now, yes, sir.
And you have testified that Water Resources has corrected its problem in responsiveness to customers. Is that correct?
In the last several months since the show cause hearing and prior to this hearing, yes, sir.
So the essential elements of your complaint have been resolved. Is that correct?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
What remaining claims need to be resolved?
That the leak is, or that the repair is sufficient. I've asked that the customer call logs be produced. Um, I've asked that the back bill be waived because we can't prove how much of that water I actually used. Those are all elements of my complaint.
And so you're abandoning the other claims in your complaint, is that right?
No,
You're-
sir, I'm
you're
identifying
waiving
those. I mean,
I'm sorry, you
willing to
spoke,
stick-
now hold on, Chair Mitchell, the witness is interrupting me and it's going to make it difficult for the court
I
reporter.
apologize.
I'd
Go
ask that,
All right, gentlemen, make sure that you do not speak over each other because the court reporter cannot transcribe the hearing if you do so. All right, Mr. Buffkin, ask your question. When you're finished asking your question, Mr. Olson, you may respond.
Mr. Olson, you're waiving, other than the claims that you just referenced, you're waiving any other claims that you're making against the utility that were raised in your complaint. Is my understanding correctly?
No, sir.
Okay, so what claims are you making against the utility at this point then?
That the repair on the meter box is insufficient. That they haven't provided evidence that they responded to my leak in a professional manner, in a timely manner. That they continue to deny responsibility for a leak that was their responsibility. That their equipment out here is still in a state of disrepair. Let's see. Can you recap those for me just to make sure I have them all?
What I heard you say was that you believe the repair that was made by Water Resources was insufficient, one. Two, that Water Resources has not been responsive to you.
During that time
Three,
period.
that,
Yes.
three, that Water Resources denied responsibility for the leak. And four, that its equipment is in disrepair.
And that I'm not responsible for the back payment on water that ran down the street. We'll call that 5, if that's all right with you.
Okay, so and other than those 5 matters, you're waiving or abandoning any other claims against the utility in this matter. Is that correct?
What do you mean by claim that? I mean, everything's in my formal complaint. I don't understand what you're asking me to waive. What I'm trying to say is I believe that those are in my complaint.
And would you agree you haven't provided any evidence to support those claims today?
I believe I've provided ample evidence to support all those claims.
I mean, other than the 5 matters we just identified, anything else in your complaint you're not speaking to in your testimony today. Is that correct?
Can you clarify specifically what's in my complaint that I'm not addressing? I'm just having a hard time.
Mr. Olsen, the way that cross-examination works is I ask the questions and you answer the questions.
Okay,
So
then no, I'm not abandoning anything else in my complaint.
all right. And then with respect to your allegation that the repair was insufficient, how can you square that with the testimony you've already provided that there is no leak on your property today?
There is no active leak on my property today. But I do believe that another leak will recur.
Why?
Because the meter box is still leaning at an angle and putting pressure on the service lines. And like I said, it's being propped up by something like it's a half of a piece of brick.
Okay, so Madam Chair, we're going to object on the basis that is speculation and outside the scope of lay testimony.
Miss Mitchell, I've seen the brick. I don't know how much of an expert you have to be to look at a brick and say that's a brick.
Okay. All right. I'm going to overrule the objection and the testimony stands. Proceed, Mr. Buffkin.
Mr. Olson, you still claim that the utility was not responsive to you, but you've also testified today that the utility has improved its responsiveness and in the last few months has been responsive to you and has resolved your issues. Is that correct?
Outside of the scope of the time period in my complaint, yes. They've responded in the last several months since the date of the hearing, the appear and show cause, up until today. They have responded and they've fixed my issues, even if it was slowly at times.
Mr. Olson, do you recognize it would be completely reasonable and within the utility's rights to deny responsibility for repairing your customer service line?
Yes.
What basis do you have to support your allegation that equipment is in disrepair?
The fact that it's still leaning and not properly supported, I would say is a condition of disrepair. Plus, it also is identified in that 2018 rate increase application that the Utilities Commission advised that those boxes be replaced and old equipment be replaced. And those boxes have not been replaced. And so I'm going to defer to the Utilities Commission's judgment on that.
No further questions from the respondent.
All right, Mr. Olson, this is typically when we would allow for redirect examination. Is there anything that you would like to clear up about the answers that you provided to the questions that Mr. Buffkin asked you?
No, ma'am, thank you. I believe that the answers were complete and correct to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Olson.
Thank
All
you.
right, at this point, we will allow questions from the commissioners. And I'll start with my colleagues. Commissioner Brown-Bland, do you have questions for the witness?
I might, but I would like to come back.
Okay, Commissioner Duffley.
I had one question. The last question that you just answered from Mr. Buffkin, you said the boxes were going to be replaced and they have not been replaced. Can you? I just missed the beginning of that sentence. Who said that the boxes need to be replaced?
Yes, ma'am, but I can, if you'll grant me just 1 minute, there's in the NCUC docket that it's the 2018 rate increase application for water resources. There's a it's a corrections. There's a public staff letter to water resources filed on August 8th, 2019, and it basically lists some deficiencies there, and that might not be the one I'm looking for. That substantiates that they return calls within 60 minutes of receipt, documented in the logbook of customer complaints. 10 on that page 2 of that document is that they keep a log of customer complaints, including the date, time. There's one, and I'm sorry, I appreciate the latitude here. I'm just trying to find the exact document. It might be in the status of deficiency corrections noted in the recommendation order approving on 8/30/2019. And again, this is all in docket W-1034 sub 8. And I'm going to just open that. And if you would, again, I apologize, but I just need 1 moment to try to find the. Item 3, water meters. So that in that document, W-1034 sub 8 filed August 30th, 2019. There's a bunch of deficiencies listed. And one of them on page 2, item 3 says that water meters at Rocky River are over 25 years old. The public staff has recommended they be replaced. No action was taken on that. Let me see if I can find one about the boxes themselves. Okay, actually, I don't see one about the box, but my reasoning here is that if the meters are aged out, especially when there's been leaks that have been standing in some cases in the neighborhood for years, those boxes, and if you examine the boxes, you'll see they're largely rusted out and leaning and not supported properly. So I apologize if that was an assumption on my part. Specifically, it says water meters are over 25 years old, and the response was no action taken. Funds are not available for this large expense.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Olson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Brown-Bland.
All right, Mr. Olson, I just want to walk back over a few things, and let's try to do it as concisely as we can, or we won't finish up. But we're going to hear you. We understand you're not an attorney. We just want to be clear. You've been living with this for a while, so it's perfectly all logical to you in your head. But some of us anyway, myself, I have to kind of take it step by step.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I go back to your what you identified as leak A1, you first informed Water Resources of leak A1 on what day?
Yes, ma'am. That'd be December 23rd, 2019. It's the day before Christmas Eve.
And then you said your Olsen Direct Exhibit 1, which is a video, was taken December 27th, 2019. Was that
Yes, ma'am.
before or after, or let me see, at that point when you took the video, had Water Resources or any representative from the company come out to look at it?
Yes, ma'am. Kelly Hedrick from Water Resources was dispatched. She came out. She didn't drain the
What
box.
day did she come out?
I believe it was that I can't be sure of. I believe it was the 23rd or the 24th.
Okay.
She came out. I think it might have been the 23rd. Came out and she didn't drain the box, but she said the bubbles are in the back side of the box, so it's not our responsibility. That was the response that I got. So that's when I called private plumber. The
Was that
earliest.
ER plumbing?
Yes, ma'am. That was the first
Okay.
one. And the earliest I could get them out because of the holidays was the 27th of December, 2019.
But that's the same day you took the video. It was ER plumbing whose voice we heard on the video.
Yes, ma'am. And mine. I'm on there too.
Now, with regard to leak A1, and just concisely as you can, what just that piece A1, what did the company do wrong? What did they do right? You know, how was that handled? And what, if anything, is left from leak A1 that you would like the commission to do something about?
I believe the first thing that the company did wrong was they didn't properly investigate the source of the leak. They looked at it and said, "Oh, the bubbles are here," which that's not. I don't think that's. Again, I'm a layperson, and so I might not know, but they said, "Well, the bubbles are here, so you have to call out a private plumber." So I spent 80 some odd dollars, and then the private plumber came out and said it's your responsibility. And then when I attempted to contact Water Resources again, specifically
The private plumber came out and said it's whose responsibility?
the utilities, they said because it's in the box, and then in that video they say the leak is on the meter where it yokes to your line. And so when I tried calling the company back to explain that to them, they just stonewalled me. I didn't receive a response for several weeks.
Once you told the company that your plumber said you got it wrong, it's your fault, company, how long before you heard back from the company? And what response was that? You can identify it by your document. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm sorry, I have to go into my notes. Um, it probably would have been an email from Taylor Puckett on. It would have been a voicemail from Dennis Abbott, I believe. That would have been the first contact on January 20th, 2020, saying we'll get it taken care of this week. And then on January 27th, 2020, I emailed Taylor Puckett as a follow-up because it didn't happen. She responded on the 28th saying they were working on getting it fixed.
Do you
So,
know? Do you know what working on it meant? Did you see them out at your place?
no, ma'am. I assumed it meant that they were trying to find contractors to do it. I actually called a second company as well. So when the first company declined to do the fix, and I didn't receive a response from the utility, I contacted Action Router. They're another local company, and he came out and looked at it, identified it as a broken cradle nut on the utility's property, and said they're responsible for fixing this, that they're not allowed to work on it because the meter is private property, and so is the box. So they wouldn't touch it.
So in your communications with the company, once they were told, I assume you told them that it's something wrong with the meter, cradle nut or yoke or whatever the proper terminology is. Did the company deny that?
I don't know that they did either. They didn't respond, except in that communication on the 20th saying we've ordered a new meter. They didn't acknowledge that that was the problem. They just said we've ordered a new meter, and we're working on getting it fixed. Thank you for your patience. And that was from January 20th. And then again, there was a follow-up January 28th when I emailed Miss Puckett back. And the actual fix, the first fix, didn't even replace the meter.
Okay, now when was there a fix? When did the fix happen?
February, the first fix of leak A1 after these emails and voicemails. Leak A1, sorry. The week of February 9th through February 15th, 2020, and I don't know the exact day, but a crew did come out in a white pickup truck to repair leak A1. Again, that's the week there's mud all over the end of the driveway. There's still a leak. And that's when I followed up on the 18th of February saying that the meter wasn't level, the dirt wasn't packed back in, and the traffic cone over the meter box isn't a permanent solution. I advised her that water was still leaking down the driveway and asked that she forward the email to Dennis Abbott and for an update on the status of repairs. And that
So
email is in evidence. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
All right, and which one was that? If you have it in front of you, do you know
Which email?
which exhibit?
Yes,
that
ma'am.
direct exhibit?
Sorry, I just have to, one moment.
Or your at this point, or your Olsen number, either one, or whichever number you have.
That was the email saying, that would be Olsen Direct Exhibit 4. And that
And
would
so
be,
was it a temporary fix, or I hear you say the leak continued? Did the leak stop?
not at that time, no. That exhibit, Olsen Direct Exhibit 4, says last week they came out and worked on the leak in the meter box. I don't think they're done because of the state in which they left things. The large orange traffic cone doesn't seem a permanent solution to being a location stable and to it being in a location liable to be run over, and the dirt wasn't packed back in on the meter or set level. So I assume they weren't done. And then,
So far from December 23rd through February 15th, maybe February 18th,
18th, yes, ma'am.
it's an ongoing leak that's not stopped.
Yes, ma'am. At that point, I said it rained a lot, but when it stopped a few days ago, I noticed the meter was still leaking water down the driveway and included a photo.
Right. Now, when did you move into this house?
June of 2016.
And when you moved there, the meter box is where it still is today?
Yes, ma'am. When I moved there, the meter box has a lid on it and it was split in half. That one was eventually replaced. At some point in the early stages of leak A1, they took this meter box that was cracked in half and they put in a new one. That was the only noticeable change in equipment at that time.
So that was that's sometime after December 23rd, 2019.
Yes, ma'am. And when I moved here, it was correct.
All right. Now, do we move from A1 to A2 after February?
Yes, ma'am. Once they attempted, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just trying to decide what your delineation is for A2, and
Yes,
then tell
ma'am.
me what happened with A2.
A2, I identified it that as anything after that repair, what I'll call the Band-Aid repair in mid-February of 2020. So once they came out and worked on it, even though it wasn't finished, I'm referring to that as leak A2. It's a continuation of A1. That was reported. I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
That was reported repeatedly from February 2020 to October 2020 to Water Resources prior to when I contacted the NCUC, and that was the leak that was still present when the NCDENR determined it was Water Resources' responsibility.
And by your testimony, does that mean leak A2, which is a continuation of A1, came to an end, stopped leaking October 2020?
No, ma'am. No, I kept reporting it all the way through October 2020. It came to an end on May 27th, 2021.
And is that the point when you began to pay your water bill again?
Yes, ma'am.
What was
I prorated a bill back 6 days because it says, the service period. And so I had one bill that was from like May 21st or something like that, to the current date in June. I prorated out 6 days evenly, and then I paid that, and I've paid every bill, the new charges of every bill going forward since then.
Now, did you give some testimony about the meter being replaced? And this just maybe I can't read my notes, but I had something here about meter being replaced June 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what's that about? Because we're saying the leak stopped in May 2021.
Sure. So when Leak B started, Leak B
But
started,
this is leak B. Okay,
yes, ma'am.
go ahead.
Leak B started the day after the contractors dug over the lines themselves with the backhoe that you see in that photo exhibit. And at that point, water was running into the box from the leak on the damaged service lines, which were my lines at that point. But my contention is just that it was the backhoe that damaged them. And then in an attempt to fix that, Mr. Abbott came out, we spoke at the end of the driveway, and he installed a new meter. And the meter, at that point, the meter wasn't leaking once he installed a new one. But there was still water in the box because the lines behind it had been damaged when they were digging. So that's what I identify as leak B.
Now, can you identify to us, other than Mr. Abbott and Ms. Bucket, were there other associates or employees of the company that you could identify that you spoke with?
Kelly Hedrick, I'm sorry, Kelly Hedrick was the systems operator. I'm not sure if she still is. She had come out with Mr. And I apologize if I'm getting his name wrong. I believe it's Paguse, but he's the gentleman that works for the NCDNR as an engineer. She did come out with him.
And when
and
did you
so
speak with her? I'm just trying
that would
to
have
nail down communications you had with the company and when. So if you could walk us through.
okay. That one I believe was probably after the first couple news stories. We called. She spoke with Mr. Paguse, and Miss Hedrick spoke with my neighbor when I had that email in November of 2020, but I didn't speak directly to her at that point. I believe she was the individual that came out in December of 2019 and said the leak's on your side because the bubbles are over there. I spoke with her again this year. I believe it was late spring, maybe right after the show cause hearing. And she and Mr. Paguse came out at my neighbor's request to evaluate the repair. And I spoke with her at that time. I apologize, I don't have an exact date. I believe it was
Okay.
late spring, early summer of 21.
Are there other company associates, employees, or that you've had communications with that
No,
that
ma'am,
we don't have?
other than a voicemail that, and I think it might have been an email that Taylor Puckett, who was, I don't believe she's still with the company, but I had
That'd be
an email.
Taylor Puckett.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe one voicemail and maybe one email. I don't recall. I mean, the emails are all documented. Like the emails that I have, I submitted as evidence.
All right. Now, did you yourself, do you have any knowledge of the tire tracks that Mr. Buffkin was asking you about? Did you ever see the tire tracks and you know what tire tracks he's speaking of?
I saw tire tracks when I got home. I had to go to New Hampshire in late January of 2021. I had to go to New Hampshire. There was a medical emergency from someone. I had to go up there. And when I returned home, I came in and I noticed that the yard was muddy, but that section of the driveway around the meter box was habitually just quagmire. You know, it was habitually saturated. Um, so in uh, early February or late January, I could check when I was out of work, but when I came home from New Hampshire about a week later, there were tire tracks in that area, and I didn't see them over the meter themselves, but I saw them going up that muddy sort of, or coming in, it looked like that muddy area, but that leak had been there for over a year at that point. And I'm guessing that it left tire tracks because the ground was so saturated. So,
Have
but I don't know.
have you since that time learned or obtained any knowledge that indicates to you who put the tracks there?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, if we look at your Olsen Direct Exhibit 18, which is photo number 1, just orient us about what we're looking at. So the driveway, we see wetness. We see a cone on the left-hand side of this photo.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
see a row of what looks like to me possibly crepe murder.
Yes, ma'am. Good call.
Okay. Is that your house
No,
or
ma'am.
a neighbor's house?
That's my neighbor's house. My driveway. So the neighbor's house is to the left of that, of those crepe myrtles. My driveway is on the right, and my house is on the right of my driveway.
And the takeaway you want us to see here is just that there's wetness.
And long standing. And this was taken. Photo 1 was February 23rd, 2021.
Who took the photo?
I did.
All
That's
right.
my shadow in the right. But you can see here that
Oh, I see the shadow. Thank you.
you can see also the calcification. And if you look, you'll see that it's green. It's been sitting there. That water's been sitting there for a long time. On the
What
about
do you call the calcification? Show us. Is it
the
what we see in the left-hand side?
yes, ma'am. The left-hand side by the cone, you see that big white uh, cloudy area.
Yes.
It's and I don't know what they add to the water, but basically what happens is it sits there so long it turns white. It's really hard water. So it's lime. I guess it's limescale actually is probably more accurate.
And then photo 2, which is Olsen Direct Exhibit 19. Orient me and tell me what we're looking at. I see a mailbox. I see some wetness going down the street a ways, possibly ending at a driveway and another mailbox.
Yes, ma'am. And also, I'm sorry, just to backtrack a little bit. On that other photo, you can see there's a crack that's formed in the driveway too. Just to the left of my shadow up by my elbow, there's that crack there that unfortunately worsened over time, and um, water would get in there and freeze. You know, you have the freeze thaw kind of cycle going. So that's in that photo as well. It's one of the reasons why I put it in there.
All
Um,
right, thank you.
that's my mailbox there in photo number 2, and some bushes there on the left. And you can see the long trail of water going past another driveway. That's my neighbor's driveway on the other side of my home. Past his mailbox, it terminates in a sewer drain on the road there. And you can also see in there that it's, especially up near the top, you can see that the water's green and algae covered.
Up near the top of this photo, I see what looks, because it's a ways away, but it looks like a small house.
Oh, I'm
maybe
sorry.
a
I'm
garbage,
sorry. The bottom,
maybe a
bottom.
garbage. No, but I'm giving S and a garbage, maybe a garbage receptacle and a white vehicle down there. You see
Yes,
where I'm
ma'am.
talking about? Now, that beyond that, going in that same direction away from the camera, that the direction of the Reedy Creek?
Yes, ma'am. That's the road, and as you can see, it does slope down the road itself down there. But the yard,
Who took this photo and on what day?
I took this photo on March 10th, 2021.
Okay, and what and go ahead and just say why did you take it and what you want us to take from this picture.
I mean, you can kind of see on this one and actually on the preceding one that the driveway itself, the yard is level. Um, but the takeaway was just to kind of demonstrate the amount of waste and sort of explain some of my frustration here. Um, the extent to which this was running down the road and continued to run down the road for 18 months. And the sheer volume of water, and I'm sure a lot of that passed through the meter, but it never made it to my home.
All right, thank you. And on Olsen Direct Exhibit number 20, which is photo 4 with the cone there, what day, who took this photo and what day was it taken?
Yes, ma'am. I took that photo as well. That I believe was June 7th, 21. Um, I I believe it was
This is after the repair.
this is after the repair and after the contractors had dug. Hold on, I might have my date wrong on that one. But this is after the repair of leak A1, A2, but prior to the repair of leak B. So you can see where it's leaking out, and I'm trying to figure
And
out.
do you have a photo after repair of leak B or not?
I don't. There's no wet soil or anything after the repair of leak B.
Then the photo number 3, trying to find the exhibit number, but if you go back up to 3 with the backhoe,
Yes, ma'am.
there's a man in the picture, has on a yellow shirt, white truck, that picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Who took this photo and what day?
My neighbor Nicia Lavoie took that on May 27th, 2021. I believe that was the day they came out to effect repairs on the leak A1/A2.
When did she show it to you?
She sent it to me that day I was at work.
Did she take, do you know from looking at this photo if she took this from her property, from your property? What's the angle? What are we looking at?
That's taken from her front door through a screen door. So my
When you say
property,
that, I can see the screen marking.
yes, ma'am. My property is to the left of the crepe myrtle there.
And she sent this to you on a day when you were at work. Do you know the day?
I believe it was May 27th, 2021. It was the day that they did the repair. So it was same day.
All right. And during this whole time that's pertinent to your complaint, during that time, other than times they may have been working on this or trying to make the situation better, do you claim to have been out of water service?
No, no, ma'am. I had some pressure issues at one point, but no, I don't claim to have been out of water service. And also, I want to clarify too that photo of the backhoe. She actually sent it to me twice. She sent me the original on that day, on May 27th, 2021. That's the date this photo was taken. But when I went to compile evidence, I had her resend it to me.
And what does it show to you? It shows you what relative to your complaint?
So this was when they were out there fixing A1/A2. And this is, you can see in that backhoe where it's digging in is back a decent distance off the street and away from that cone. You could use that cone as reference. And they're digging behind the meter box over my service lines. And that's right where leak B was identified, is right where that backhoe is going into the ground.
All right. Thank you for
It
that.
was,
Go ahead.
it was dry. The dirt was dry when they turned it up. That far back, the dirt was dry. It wasn't dry in the front, but that far back, the dirt was dry. When I got home around 6 or 6:30 that night, the soil was relatively dry. And within 24 hours, leak B appeared back behind the meter box over my service lines, right where that backhoe is going.
All right. Okay. No further questions, Chair Mitchell.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Olson, I have just a very quick few for you before we take our break for lunch. Will you tell us when you moved into your home at 3029 Tom Savage Drive?
Yes, ma'am. It was middle of June 2016.
Okay. And you've mentioned your neighbor, and I think you referred to her as Necia Lavoit. That's the neighbor with whom you share the meter box?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have there ever been any problems on her line? Has she experienced leaks or problems with her service similar to the problems you've experienced?
Yes, ma'am. I believe she actually filed a complaint with the commission after they were out there repairing A1, A2 on the same day that backhoe was going in the photo. She went out to that meter box when they left for a little while. She went out to that meter box. Both of our meters are in one box, and now on her side, she observed that there was actually a slow leak where the meter connected to the utility line at the street. So I believe she's actually filed a complaint with the Utilities Commission as well, following that repair.
Okay. One last question for you. In your testimony, you indicated that there was a Band-Aid fix, to use your words, of one of the A leaks around sometime in February of 2020. And you indicated that you had been paying your bill from that, my understanding is that you paid your bill until September of 2020. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Sometime around September 2020, I said, I'm not going to keep paying this bill. So
Okay.
that was
So,
an
so,
estimate.
so at any point in time, was the bill unusually high?
Based on current bills, which are around 18 or change, I think a lot of those bills were in the upper 20s. I don't know exactly. Right now, this month's bill is $20.16. Last month's bill was $16, I believe, and 97 cents. But that might have been prorated. So they were high. They weren't like, doubled or anything like that. They were higher than they've been since or before, I believe.
Okay. All right. That's the end of my questions for you, Mr. Olson. Let's recess for lunch. It's 1:20. Let's go off the record now. We'll be back on the record at 2:30. Please don't disconnect from the WebEx. Stay on. Just turn off your camera and mute your line. Again, we will resume at 2:30.
Yes,
Thank you. All right, Kim Mitchell, I see you on camera. Give me the signal, you're good to go. All right, we'll get started in about 3 minutes. All right. Let's go back on the record, please. All right, at this point in the proceeding, I will see if there are questions on commissioners' questions, beginning with Mr. Buffkin.
Chair Mitchell, can I ask one question before we go to questions on commission questions?
You may absolutely go ahead, Commissioner Duffley.
So going to Olsen Direct Exhibit number 4, and it's your Olsen 13, Mr. Olsen. I'll let you get to that document. And you're on mute.
Thank you. I was just saying I organized them by their new numbers during lunch, so this should go a little faster. It was Exhibit 4, Direct Exhibit 4.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am, I have it in front of me.
You mentioned, I don't have it in front of me, but you mentioned something along the lines of the water pressure in the house has improved. Could you explain a little bit about the water pressure issue?
Yes, ma'am. So as leak A1 kind of worsened over time, water pressure in the house had noticeably dropped off, especially in the upstairs bathrooms, because it wasn't having the force to kind of travel through and then up into the upstairs. And so after they patched up, they did that, what I call the Band-Aid repair, in mid-February of 2020, there was an improvement in water pressure.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you.
Okay, let me check in with Commissioner Brown Bland to see if she has any additional questions on Mr. Olson's direct evidence. Commissioner Brown Bland?
No additional questions.
Okay. All right, Mr. Buffkin, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Olson, Commissioner Brown Bland was asking you a series of questions related to the timeline of events here. And I just want to summarize and ask that you answer this question. So in the end, this is a case where Water Resources was responding to you. You just didn't like the responses. Isn't that correct?
No, that is not correct.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Olsen, is there anything that you want to clear up or any additional information you want to provide in response to the questions that you were asked by commissioners?
No, ma'am. I think that pretty much covers it. In response to the last question, I mean, I think that, you know, no, actually, you know what? I'm good.
Okay, all right. Well, with that, Mr. Olsen, you may, we will move now to the respondent and allow the respondent to present its evidence. So, Mr. Buffkin, you may proceed to call your witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Water Resources calls to the stand Mr. Dennis Abbott.
All right, Mr. Abbott, good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. You affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, Mr. Buffkin, you may proceed.
Mr. Abbott, do you have a prepared statement that you'd like to read as part of your testimony?
I do.
Madam Chair, Witness Abbott would like to read a statement that has been provided in accordance with Commission Rule 124 to Mr. Olsen, the court reporter, and the commission. With your permission, I'd like Mr. Abbott to read that statement at this time.
All right, you may do so.
My name is Dennis Abbott, and my business address is 6201 Fairview Road, Suite 200, Charlotte, North Carolina. Since 1993, I've been the president of Water Resources, and in that role, I am responsible for all aspects of the regulated water utilities business operations to provide service to customers in the Rocky River Plantation subdivision in Cabarrus County and the River Walk subdivision in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. I was personally involved in investigating and resolving the concerns raised by Mr. Olsen that led up to the filing of the complaint in this document. In this docket. I want to personally extend my apology to Mr. Olsen. I understand that this experience with our company has frustrated him, which I regret. Thankfully, repairs have been made on both Mr. Olsen's and our side of the service meter, and there have been no leaks detected for months. That issue has been resolved. I have personally made efforts to restore harmony with Mr. Olsen and Water Resources and will continue to do so. Hopefully, his more recent experience with our company, as well as replacing our staff, is a testament to Mr. Olsen that we are listening and taking his current concerns seriously. It is never our intent to create a less than favorable experience for our customers. I believe that recent changes have and will continue to create a much improved and quality customer service experience. In my testimony today, I will respond to the allegations that Mr. Olsen has made in his complaint, address the efforts that Water Resources made to investigate and resolve Mr. Olsen's concerns, and update the commission on the progress that Water Resources is making to improve customer service and responsiveness overall. Before I speak to those matters, I'll provide the commission with some important and relevant context for this complaint proceeding. The past 2 years have been the most challenging years that I have experienced as the owner and president of Water Resources. These challenges have caused significant disruption to Water Resources operations, finances, and reputation. First, Water Resources experienced challenges with environmental compliance related to water quality in one of the 2 wells serving customers in Rocky River due to the newly developed and detected presence of radium. This is the first time that the company has faced a similar situation. Water Resources took immediate action to protect the health and safety of customers in Rocky River Plantation, ultimately taking the well out of service, which triggered a separate compliance issue related to water adequacy because Rocky River is required to have at least 2 water sources to serve customers. I personally informed the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality of this decision, and in order to provide them with full transparency and to foster a relationship and working together to resolve this difficult and serious situation. To DEQ's credit, they were very helpful in working to find a solution while at the same time upholding their responsibilities to enforce the required regulations. After significant efforts, expense, and unanticipated hurdles and challenges, I'm pleased to report to the Commission that Water Resources has a pathway to return to compliance with DEQ's water adequacy regulations by completing an interconnection with the town of Harrisburg. Although much work remains to be completed, I am personally committed, as is my company, to completing that work and obtaining environmental compliance. I believe that the effort will be successful within the next 8 months. Second, the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on water resources cannot be understated. I have historically emphasized low operating costs to protect Water Resources customers from rising costs. For example, Water Resources has a staff of 3 individuals, including myself. This small company was severely disrupted by the effects of the pandemic and the need to shift to work from home environment. This had direct consequences for customer service. After attempting to improve employee performance, it became clear that a separation of employment was required to properly provide the satisfactory customer service our clients and I expect. In recent months, I completed hiring of a new customer service staff person for Water Resources. I'll speak further about improvements made in customer responsiveness later in my testimony. As a result of these efforts, the company is in a much better position to meet customer expectations than it was in late 2019, when Mr. Olsen says his concerns first began. Third, Water Resources discovered material and significant performance issues with a contract service provider and was forced to obtain a different contract service provider. The deficiencies in the previous provider contributed to some of the concerns that Mr. Olsen has raised and to compliance issues. This change in contract service providers was a significant event for the company and caused operational and financial disruption to the company. This also contributed to the concerns that Mr. Olsen has raised. That period of transition has now passed and operations of the company have stabilized under a new contract service provider who is performing adequately on its responsibilities. However, the significant financial impact from this change has caused the utility to operate at a loss for over a year. I have personally contributed significant capital to the utility to stabilize its finances and facilitate the return to environmental compliance and improvements in customer service. Unfortunately for our customers, this will likely result in rate increases, and Water Resources will seek Commission approval to recover these costs and resolve the financial challenges facing the company in its next general rate case. To summarize this background, Water Resources has faced significant challenges in every aspect of its business during the past 2 years, financially, operationally, compliance-wise, and in the customer experience. It should be noted that at no time during these very challenging times has the water quality posed any threat to the public's health, nor has there been any accusation of such. The protection of the safety and health of our customers has always and will always be our top priority. The company is much better positioned today than it was just a few months ago. Water Resources is working with the environmental regulators and has a clear and direct path to obtain environmental compliance in the second quarter of 2022. Water Resources has brought on new staff that are focused on providing an exceptional customer experience and assisting with regulatory compliance. With the assistance of the public staff and the Commission, the company will be able to stabilize its finances soon, representing the final and most critical element to achieving adequate service to all its customers. In this context, I will now speak to the allegations raised in Mr. Olsen's complaint. Mr. Olsen alleges that his concerns began with a leaking meter in late December of 2019. Water Resources investigated the complaint and determined that there was a small leak due to a loose connection at the yoke in the water meter. This leaking yoke was repaired. Mr. Olsen alleges that the leak was still present after March of 2020. Water Resources investigated again and this time determined that there was no leak in the meter equipment, including the recently repaired yoke. This was accomplished by exposing the meter and observing that no water activity or leak was occurring of the utility company's side of the connection. In addition, it was observed that the water was running slowly despite no intentional water usage by the customer, Mr. Olsen. This is indicative of only one possibility, that there was a leak on the customer side of the meter. This was confirmed by the observance of water flowing along the customer service line back into the meter box. But again, the possibility of a leak inside the meter box was eliminated through our investigation. Water Resources communicated the results of its investigation to Mr. Olsen and informed him that a leak on the customer's service line or within the customer's residence was an issue that was not the responsibility of the utility to address. This position is consistent with good utility practice, industry standards, and complies with the provisions of Commission Rule R715D, which states that the customer shall keep the service line from the property line to the place of consumption in good repair. To require otherwise would result in the utility and all its customers subsidizing an individual customer's expenses incurred to repair the customer's personal property, which would be an individual customer expense. Despite Water Resources' attempts to explain the reality that the leak was a customer's responsibility, Mr. Olsen continued to complain about a leak in late 2020. During this time, Mr. Olsen began withholding payment of his regular bills. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic was disrupting lives and business in all manner of ways, and Water Resources understood that collection of payments and disconnection of service was not an option during the emergency period. Water Resources also hoped to reach a common understanding that the source of the leak was the customer's responsibility and restore harmony with Mr. Olsen. Water Resources undertook significant efforts to resolve Mr. Olsen's concerns without making repairs that should have been his responsibility. For example, Water Resources made 2 leak adjustments to Mr. Olsen's bills with the expectation that he would correct the leaks on the customer side of the meter and resolve the arrears in his account. Those efforts were not satisfactory to Mr. Olsen, and he continued to contact the public staff to complain. In addition, Mr. Olsen contacted state legislators and the local TV station, providing less than a complete and accurate representation of the situation. In particular, Mr. Olsen apparently omitted any favorable and accurate information about the efforts that Water Resources was making to resolve the compliance issues and his complaints about the leak, including numerous visits to his home to investigate his complaints, work completed by Water Resources in response to his complaint, and that Mr. Olsen himself may have caused damage by driving over the meter box. On February 1, 2021, Mr. Olsen filed his complaint. Water Resources continued to communicate with the public staff in an attempt to resolve this matter informally. On one of our subsequent property visits sometime in May 2021, we did discover a leak that was the responsibility of Water Resources. A contractor made proper repairs on May 27, 2021. Despite this fact, Mr. Olsen continued to complain that a leak still existed that was the responsibility of Water Resources. Multiple subsequent visits to investigate Mr. Olsen's concerns did not find a leak that was the responsibility of Water Resources. In an effort to seek a resolution and keep an open line of communication, these visits included me personally knocking on Mr. Olsen's door to show him and explain our findings. However, Mr. Olsen continued to disagree with our assessment that he had a leak in his plumbing line that was the source of the saturated ground and runoff. Based on guidance and suggestions from the public staff, and as a further attempt to demonstrate our desire and willingness to try and resolve this matter, Water Resources completed repairs to Mr. Olsen's plumbing at its expense on June 11, 2021. To further attempt to satisfy Mr. Olsen, Water Resources replaced his water meter with a new one in June of 2021. Since the complaint was filed, Water Resources has made other efforts to restore harmony between it and Mr. Olsen. Contractors of Water Resources, people within our company, and I personally have visited Mr. Olsen's home on multiple occasions to ensure no leaks exist, met with Mr. Olsen on multiple occasions, and repaired his plumbing service line. I have recently been in communication with Mr. Olsen regarding questions he had about his service. We have been able to work together amicably. In summary, Water Resources has made significant efforts to resolve Mr. Olson's complaints and restore harmony between it and Mr. Olson. Water Resources has even gone so far as to repair Mr. Olson's plumbing line, which should have been his financial responsibility. Water Resources has repaired its equipment and eliminated the possibility of any leak from any utility-owned facility, be it the meter yoke, or the meter connection. Water Resources has a responsibility to all of its other customers to collect on Mr. Olson's past due account. Water Resources has made significant improvements to customer responsiveness by hiring a new staff person dedicated to assisting customers. Mr. Olson's allegation that Water Resources does not care about its customers is simply untrue. In fact, in my nearly 30 years of running the company, this is the first time that a formal complaint has been filed against Water Resources. Most of our customers are satisfied with our service and appreciate our efforts to control cost and maintain water rates as low as reasonably possible. Given the fact that evidence presented here today confirms that any concerns of a leak at Mr. Olson's service was resolved months ago, and that there has been significant progress that the company has and continues to make to return to environmental compliance, improve customer experience, and stabilize the utilities operations and finances, Water Resources respectfully ask that the commission dismiss the complaint without further action. That concludes my prepared statement. Thank you so much for listening.
Madam Chair, I have a few questions for Mr. Abbott based on the testimony Mr. Olson's provided, and I'll ask those questions. We'll have some exhibits that we'd like to submit, and we also have the exhibits that we used in cross-examination, which have not yet been admitted to the record. So we'll just ask for an opportunity to clean that up before Mr. Abbott gets off the stand today.
All right, you may proceed with your direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Abbott, the complainant in this case says that Water Resources hasn't responded to him at all. Is that true?
No, sir, it's not true. We, as per his testimony, that the complaint started in December 2019. We gave him updates. We were on his property with in February of 2020 with a contractor and attempted to make repairs and did make repairs at that point in time as well. And then as Mr. Olson continued to say, well, it's not repaired to my satisfaction. Per his testimony, our field operator visited his home numerous times to investigate. We sent a contractor out again, and I personally have visited the home myself. So there's been numerous efforts in trying to respond to Mr. Olson's concerns and help him understand the difference between our responsibility as a utility company and his responsibility as an owner of his plumbing line and his personal property.
Mr. Abbott, when a customer calls the emergency line, what's the standard procedure for the utility receiving one of those calls and responding to it?
When there's a call to the emergency line, if it is an emergency where we have customers that are out of service, obviously we deal with that immediately and right away. So the answering service, for instance, would call either myself or, in this particular case, a customer service representative is the first person they contact, and that customer service representative calls the customer back. If it's not an emergency, we're notified the following day that someone called. If it's after hours, we're notified the following day that someone called with a service request, and the customer service rep is responsible for calling that person back and understanding what their needs are and trying to help them with their question and get some resolution.
Okay, so then the first step is to determine whether an emergency exists. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you said that an interruption of service would constitute an emergency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And based on what you've heard today and what you experienced in December of 2019, when Mr. Olsen contacted the emergency line, did his situation constitute an emergency?
It did not. At no time did Mr. Olson say that his service was interrupted or that there was a concern about the quality of his service at that point in time, other than he had a leak at his meter, which would not constitute necessarily an emergency.
And because there was a leak that Water Resources determined was not an emergency, what was the basis of that determination? Was it the size
Mr.
of the
Olson,
leak?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Well, this question is about how Water Resources determined that there was not an emergency. Was it based on, and you testified that it was based in part on the fact that Mr. Olson's service was not interrupted. Was it also taken into consideration by the company that the size and magnitude of the leak?
Absolutely. Obviously, once we get a service request, for instance, like a leaking meter, in this case, a field operator would go and make a visual inspection and report back if it was something that required immediate attention, or this was something that we could schedule with a contractor. Obviously, if it's an emergency and impacting the service to the customer, we're going to respond and repair it immediately. Otherwise, we would schedule it for repair.
Yes, and a large leak, roughly defined as one that, for example, water under pressure was pouring out in the street in a significant manner. Would that constitute an emergency?
It would, because that would ultimately impact the pressure that the multiple homeowners are experiencing and would result in a loss of service to them.
Right. And so you've seen what the complainant has submitted and has been identified and admitted into evidence as Olsen Direct Exhibits 18, which is a photo of Mr. Olsen's driveway, and Olsen Direct Exhibit 19, which is a photo of the street showing water running down the street. You've seen those exhibits, correct?
I have.
And based on your knowledge and experience in the utility business, is that a significant leak?
No, it would be considered a minor leak. I can share with you my own personal experience. I'm on the City of Charlotte water system, and I had a leak at my meter that was much more severe than that, but it took 2 months for the City of Charlotte to even respond to do that. They didn't consider it an emergency or interruption of service. And this was even less of a minor leak, and we wouldn't consider it an emergency, but we would schedule it for repair at a future date.
Do you have any way to identify the white colored stain or markings on the end of the driveway in that photo that was submitted as Olsen Direct Exhibit 18?
I really don't know the source of it. I know that with the water there, the end of his driveway is cleaner than the rest of his driveway, as if, but I can't identify what it is. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me if there was water flowing that it would be stagnant as well as flowing. So if there was an active leak that was flowing at a rate that appears that would determine an emergency, it wouldn't be stagnant and have mold. So I'm not sure what the source of that is.
Right. So there's nothing in those photographs that indicates that water was standing on the driveway for a significant period of time. Is that correct?
No, not that I'm aware of. Nothing that I see in that photo. I mean, clearly there's a leak, but and it's flowing on top of the driveway based on that photo.
Right. So the idea that the water evaporated and left the white markings, which Mr. Olsen testified he believes is some indication of evaporation and calcification, there's no basis for that representation. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can't I can't say that that's what it is. Without just looking at the photo, I couldn't tell you if that's what it is. It is a possibility that could be what it is. As Mr. Olsen has testified, the water out there has a hardness to it, as most of it does in Mecklenburg County well water. And so there could be some calcification that was caused by the water on the ground.
And
But
similarly,
I can't testify that that was it for sure.
my apologies. And similarly, with what Mr. Olsen believes is to be algae, the result of water standing at the end of the driveway, that algae could have been there before the leak happened. It could have been from another source. It really cannot be explained by water leaking from either his service line, his meter, or his meter box. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Abbott, Mr. Olsen has described a repair that Water Resources ordered as a Band-Aid repair. Does your utility make Band-Aid repairs?
No, sir, we don't. I paid a contractor handsomely to go out there, investigate, and make the repairs. I don't pay handsomely to contractors to make Band-Aid repairs.
And is it your view that in operating a utility, it is both necessary and reasonable and prudent for the utility to rely on contractors to perform their work in a quality manner?
Yes, it is.
Could the utility operate without the use of contractors and relying on contractors to complete their work in a quality manner?
Not for a utility our size. It's so small. It's just not cost effective for us to have equipment and personnel on staff that to deal with these things. So we do rely on contractors because we don't have a lot of these that we need to respond to, but we do have contractors and relationships with contractors so that when we do have something, we can respond and deal with them.
Okay. Now, Mr. Olsen has alleged that Water Resources has not been responsive to him, and you testified earlier that you have responded. Is this a case where Mr. Olsen just didn't like the response that the company gave him?
Well, that's my belief and my feeling. I know that it was communicated repeatedly to Mr. Olsen that and he has testified that we repaired the leak and sent a contractor out there, repaired the leak, and that what he was saying was our responsibility, we believed was his. I know Mr. Olsen disagreed, and so we were kind of at a stalemate, quite frankly, as to this was our position and he disagreed. And so we were trying to find resolution as evidenced by the fact that we visited the site numerous times to see if there was something else. But yes, he disagreed with the answer that we were giving him.
And was that disagreement the source of, or I would say the most significant source of delay in ultimately resolving this situation?
I believe it was, yes.
What else contributed to that delay?
Well, the pandemic obviously was challenging for us, and even trying to get the contractor scheduled to go out there. That created some delays because they were having staff shortages themselves and having the crew to get out there. That presented some challenges as well, and delayed some getting someone out there as quickly as would have liked to back in May of this year.
And during 2020, in addition to the pandemic and the other challenges that you spoke to in your prepared statement, in the absence of all those challenges, could you have more effectively responded to Mr. Olsen and resolved this situation?
I can't, yes, I think we most certainly could have. One of the key pieces that has been uncovered by myself through all of this is I did have an employee who wasn't meeting the standards that we expect for customer service with our customers. I regret deeply that Mr. Olsen didn't get the responses that as he said, every time he called, he didn't get an answer back. That's not acceptable to me. That employee has been replaced. as a result of looking into this. It's unfortunate, that particularly during a pandemic, that someone had to lose their job. But at the end of the day, we had been working with this person and trying to get them to improve their performance. And ultimately, it just wasn't going to happen. So we made a replacement of that staff person.
And so the company did try to correct employee performance, and that would have been a lengthy process during the later part of 2020. Is that right?
Correct.
And in communicating with Mr. Olsen, you acknowledge, and it's been your testimony today, that he did not agree with your assessment of the situation out there and the source of the leak. Is that right?
That's correct.
Could you describe for the commission your process when in a typical situation as a general matter? How do you diagnose a leak and isolate the source of a leak?
Obviously, it's a field inspection to eyeball it, if you will. Then one of the key pieces that we take a look at is the usage turning the meter when there's no intentional use by the homeowner, which is an indication that there is a leak on the customer side. Obviously, we would only go to that step if the initial step of looking at it didn't seem to indicate anything that we saw that was our responsibility.
And you took that same approach in investigating and diagnosing the situation at Mr. Olsen's residence, isn't that correct?
Multiple times in response to the complaints that we go out to his home and look to see if there was a new leak that we weren't aware of, to respond to Mr. Olsen. And repeatedly, the report we got back from the field was this was Mr. Olsen's responsibility and not that of the utility company.
And that report from the field that you received was based on an approach where the contractor had isolated the source of the leak and eliminated any possibility that the leak was from utility property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that results in the conclusion that there's no other source of the leak other than the customer service, other than a source that must be on the customer service side of the meter. Is that right?
Correct. In that process, that's exactly right.
All right. Did Water Resources communicate with Mr. Olsen in response to each of his contacts up to a point where he was no longer providing new information?
Mr. Olsen has testified about one of our former employees and his contact with that particular employee and failed to return phone calls. So I can't testify if that did in fact occur with responses or not. I can say that in my dealings with him, I have personally responded to him whenever he has contacted me and let me know about a concern that he has.
And earlier in your testimony, you said that you and Mr. Olsen, or the company Mr. Olsen, essentially had reached an impasse because there was a disagreement about the source of the leak and who was responsible for it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so is it possible that at some point when Mr. Olsen continued to complain without providing any new information, that the utility essentially made a decision not to continue the argument where there was no new information?
I believe that was exactly what happened in this particular situation.
When was the last time you visited Mr. Olsen's residence?
This past Saturday, I was there at his property in the general area, but also did a visual inspection while I was there.
Is there any evidence of any leak at his property today? Or based on your visit Saturday, did you see any evidence of any leaks?
No, sir.
So the leak that caused Mr. Olsen to complain whatever its source, has now been resolved.
It has been resolved, yes, and has been for numerous months, going back to really in May.
And then if there was a time period when Mr. Olsen continued to complain about a leak, that leak that he was complaining about was only, the only possible explanation for that leak would have been that it was on the customer side of the meter. Is that correct?
That's correct. I personally went out to, in fact, on Memorial Day, I went to Mr. Olson's house because he continued to complain about the leak. And I was there on Memorial Day with a shovel myself and dug out around the meter box to try to determine what was going on and why he was complaining about, continued to complain about a leak. What I was able to discover and find was there was in fact a leak on the plumbing side that was his responsibility.
And you reached that conclusion based on your observation that there was no water flowing inside the exposed meter box, but the meter was still turning. Is that right?
That's correct. Plus, as I said, I dug to the point of where the leak in his plumbing line was and saw the leak myself in his plumbing line.
And how far away from the meter box was that?
It was about 12 to 18 inches.
And based on the layout of the meter, the customer service line, and the topography of Mr. Olson's lot, is it likely that that leak was flowing back into the meter box, giving the appearance that there was a leak in the meter box, when in fact the leak on the customer service line was allowing water to flow back into the meter box?
That is what was occurring. And I actually showed that to Mr. Olson. I showed him where the leak was on his plumbing line and showed he and his neighbor at one point in time how the water was flowing through what we call sort of the ditch where the original trench had been dug from his plumbing line, and the water was flowing back from 12 to 18 inches on his house side back into the meter box. And what they believed was a leak inside the meter box was actually water flowing back into the meter box. And so I visually showed this to Mr. Olson and also his neighbor.
And about this same time, Water Resources refused to repair the customer service line. Is that right?
Correct. For me, it was again confirmation of what we had been saying all along, was there was a leak on the customer side that was the customer's responsibility.
But then Water Resources changed positions and ultimately did repair the customer service line at Mr. Olson's residence. Is that right?
That's correct. Obviously, after so much efforts and going back and forth without any ask or request from Mr. Olson, I offered to send a plumber out myself and have him properly repair his line. At that point, I just didn't know what else to do to try to satisfy Mr. Olson, because he just seemed to be adamant that it wasn't his responsibility and the leak wasn't on his side, but I knew it was. So out of just an effort to provide some sort of customer satisfaction, to try to put this behind us so we can move forward. I mean, this has been going on for almost 18 months at this point. Despite our efforts to try to create some satisfaction, I ultimately paid a plumber. It was a bill of a little over $180 to go out and make the repair to Mr. Olson's property.
And did you do that in part at the request of the public staff in an effort to resolve this complaint?
Yeah, I did have conversations with the public staff, and they encouraged me to do whatever I needed to do to try to satisfy Mr. Olson. And so that is one of the things that, as we were having discussions, one of the reasons why I decided to go ahead and make the repair so we could try to get this behind us.
So in the end, Mr. Olson got free plumbing repair at Water Resources' expense. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you made other efforts to try to accommodate Mr. Olson and resolve the concerns that he has raised in his complaint?
Yes, as per his testimony, or evidence has been admitted today, is that we did make a couple of adjustments to him, what we call leak adjustments, because again, Mr. Olson was requesting that something be done, and so we did that to try to accommodate him and satisfy him. It was another effort we made to try to reach resolution with Mr. Olson.
Mr. Abbott, let's turn to the question of why the meter box is where it is next to the driveway. Are you familiar with the commission's rules that speak to the appropriate location of a water meter?
I am.
Would it be helpful to your testimony if I showed you a copy of that rule?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to present the witness with a document that is titled Respondent Potential Exhibit 6. And this document is a copy of Commission Rule R730 titled Location of Meters.
All right, Mr. Abbott, do you have that document in front of you?
And can it be shared on the screen? Oh, there it is. Okay, yes, I see it.
All right, Mr. Abbott, in your understanding of this rule essentially requires you to place the meter box exactly where it is. Is that your understanding?
That's correct. It's close to the curb.
And is there any, and so that decision was made partly based on this rule and the commission's regulation. And that rule speaks to considerations of economical operation of the utility. Was that taken into account in the location of the meter box on Mr. Olson's property?
Yes, it was. And let me just state that I'm not the original owner of this system. I purchased this system from Burnett Utilities. But at the time this system was built, I was a general manager for Burnett Utilities, and I oversaw the construction of this system. So while it was installed, I believe in 1988, it was 88 or 89, by another company. I'm very familiar with why the reasons it was placed where it was, but that's exactly right. It meets the commission's rules. And it's a typical location that you would place a meter box.
All right. And Mr. Olson has criticized the configuration and layout of that meter box. Pardon me, Chair, we're done with Exhibit 6. So, Mr. Abbott, you heard in Mr. Olson's testimony criticism of the configuration and layout of the meter box. He testified that essentially the meter box was not level and it was inappropriate for the meter box to be supported by bricks. Did you hear that testimony earlier today?
I did.
You were out there at Mr. Olson's residence on Saturday. Is the meter box level or not?
No, it's got a slight tilt. It's not perfectly level, but it's not aesthetically unpleasing, and it doesn't impact the operation of the meter box. As I said, this meter box was installed in that location in the 1988 or 1989. It's been there in that exact same location ever since. And certainly when Mr. Olson purchased his home in 2016, he purchased it with that meter box in that particular location. But it is tilted slightly. I don't know when that tilt happened, but it's not anything that causes any problems.
So it is not resting on the customer service connection or putting
No.
pressure on that line in any way?
No.
Is there a brick underneath to provide lateral support to the meter box?
There is. This is and this is very typical for any water meter cover or water meter box. There's not a bottom on the box itself. As I said, that's very typical where there's a concrete or plastic, or in this case, a cast iron box. There's no bottom to it, and so sometimes you'll put a brick underneath the meter box to provide some stability, but it's very common to do that in our business. I don't think we have very many. I think Mr. Olsen testified he actually put it up underneath there. I don't know that one of our contractors did that. It may have, very well could have.
Okay, and is it your opinion that safety, convenience, and economical operation of the utility requires that the meter be located where it is?
Yes,
Is it your opinion that moving Mr. Olson's meter would be less safe, less convenient, and more expensive to the operation of the utility?
but depending on where it would be moved to, yes, from as far as the safety, we wouldn't want to move it away from the curb. Certainly, it would be expensive to do that because it's a pretty major ordeal. And it would also require disconnecting Mr. Olson's plumbing and his neighbor's plumbing from this meter box, and that being reconnected. It would be several $1,000s of expense to relocate this meter box.
Mr. Abbott, you heard Mr. Olson testify earlier regarding customer logs. Is that right?
Yes,
And did you cause to be filed the second quarter customer log that was filed with the commission in docket 1034 sub 8?
I did.
And was part of that filing to provide an explanation to the commission that the customer logs for previous quarters, the company was having difficulty finding them or finding them in a suitable format for filing with the commission?
We did as part of, again, my investigation is and this former employee that had repeatedly given me reassurance that everything was being filed and proper logs were being kept. We went ahead and filed what we knew that we had since we changed employees, and we began the search to find the records of this former employee.
And the records that you did find, were they in a satisfactory state to demonstrate compliance with the commission's 2018 rate case order?
No, it's a notebook with her handwritten notes. It's not in an orderly fashion per se. It doesn't document necessarily what time a call was returned. It'll be a person's name, a telephone number, and then a check mark stating, basically representing that their call had been returned. And so we are in the process of going through that notebook and putting it in orderly fashion that makes it in a presentable format to the commission.
And this was one of the shortcomings in this employee's performance, is that correct?
Absolutely.
And this is one of the things that you attempted over many months to correct as a matter of employee performance, attempting to give this employee a chance to improve performance. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you intend to comply to the greatest extent possible with the commission's directions and orders?
Absolutely, I do.
It's been alleged, Mr. Abbott, that Water Resources disregards and has no respect for the commission's authority. Is that a fair or accurate assessment of how you run this water utility?
Absolutely not. I have the greatest respect for the Utilities Commission. Certainly recognize their authority. I've gone before them for rate increases and have submitted documentation about responses that we've given in the past. So I certainly recognize its authority and have great respect for its authority.
And although you do respect, acknowledge, and attempt to comply, you have testified to some of the difficulties the utility has experienced. Have those difficulties contributed to challenges that you faced in achieving full compliance with the commission's direction?
They have. A couple of things. One is I think it's been spoken to about the last rate case, when the public staff had made a recommendation, is the way it was written, to replace the water meters. And I, quite frankly, now through my attorney's counsel, Mr. Buffkin, understand that the order by the commission was to do all of the recommended actions. I did everything that was that we could afford to do. I did respond to the meter replacement gosh, a couple of years ago, saying to give an update, saying that we didn't have the funding to do those. So that hasn't impaired us from being able to replace all those meters. It's a tremendous expense. And I think in my last rate case, even by the public staff's own staff accountant, calculated that the funds wouldn't be available to do this. Yes, it has created some hurdles for us to be able to accomplish that, not from a position of we don't desire to and we don't want to, but it's been financially challenging to be able to meet that recommendation.
And the commission has recently issued an order clarifying that requirement from the 2018 rate case. Have you received a copy of that order?
I have.
And in response to that order, have you placed or issued a purchase order for replacement meters?
We have. We've placed a purchase order to for the meters. Obviously, there's a shortage of supplies right now and that great a quantity, and so but we're waiting to get those meters in. I'm trying to find a contractor now and get proposals from contractors that can actually do the work to replace each and every one of those meters. And let me just, if I could, offer some clarification. Mr. Olsen testified that the order stated that we would replace a meter box. The order did not say we replace a meter box. It said to replace a meter. Those are two different components completely. And the reason why the public staff recommended the meters is because be replaced is because they do, over a period of years, lose their accuracy in measuring the water usage, but it's to the benefit of the consumer, not to the utility company. They, after a period of time, it actually registers a rate that's lower than what the actual usage is.
So, Mr. Abbott, will the company do everything in its power to get those meters replaced on the 4-month timeline directed by the commission?
Absolutely. We're already moving forward with it.
And can you provide the commission with documentation that you have placed the purchase order or requested the ordering of replacement meters?
Yes, I have the quote from the company, and we've directed them to move forward with the order.
And if the commission desired to see a copy of that, could you provide it as a late filed exhibit?
Absolutely.
Mr. Abbott, the complainant in this case believes that the shortcomings in the utility's performance are so great that it would justify revoking your CPCN. Do you agree with that position?
No, I'm kind of shocked to hear that. Actually, we, as I've testified, we have worked really, really hard to keep our overhead low and not have high water rates for our customers. In hindsight, maybe that was incorrect, because clearly it seems like it's coming back to bite me in this particular situation. But I believe we have some of the lowest water rates in the state. Mr. Olsen has testified that his water bill averages about $18 a month. And so we've intentionally had empathy for our customers and tried to maintain very low rates for them. And unfortunately, it seems like that the customer views it as they would rather have this a much higher level of responsiveness than what we have based on those rates. So I'm just a little bit surprised. We have a lot of very happy customers. Again, like I said, this is the first time we've ever had in almost 30 years of business a formal complaint filed with the Utilities Commission. And we've I think since we got we've only had 2 rate increases over the almost 30 years we've been in business. It might be 3, but I believe it's only 2 rate increases we've had over 30 years. So we've had tremendous empathy for our customers in trying to maintain very low rates for them. This isn't a community with multi-million-dollar homes. We're very empathetic to our customers and the demographics, and trying to help them from a financial perspective. So I'm very surprised, quite frankly, to hear this.
And Mr. Abbott, your emphasis on keeping rates low is in part based on your understanding that the utilities finances and requested rate levels should take into account, at least to some measure, the economic conditions facing customers. Is that fair and accurate?
All right, Mr. Buffkin, I'm going to stop you right there. Let's stay on target here. Let's stay focused on the issues in dispute in this docket. So please limit your questions to matters involved in the complaint proceeding, and let's move forward here.
Okay. With regard to this question of whether the CPCN should be revoked, are you, Mr. Abbott, aware that the Commission recently issued an order directing the public staff to appoint to investigate whether an emergency operator should be appointed for this system?
I am.
And is it your intent that the company will fully participate with the public staff in that investigation?
Absolutely.
And has the company already reached out to the public staff to facilitate an efficient investigation?
We have.
Mr. Abbott, I'm going to show you some exhibits now that'll, I hope, be beneficial to the commission and assist you in summarizing your testimony as we're winding down here.
Sure.
So, Madam Chair, I direct the witness's attention to a document that is captioned Respondent Potential Exhibit 3. And if we could have that on the screen, please. Thank you. Mr. Abbott, do you recognize this aerial photo?
Yes, it's Mr. Olson's home.
And that blue star that's out just to the side of his driveway there, is that a roughly approximate and accurate location of his meter box?
It is.
And the blue line that extends from that star is roughly accurate in identifying the location of his customer service line. Is that correct?
Yes, based on my observation of where I dug up some of the line, yes, that would be accurate.
All right. And with regard to the leak that Mr. Olsen complained about in late 2019, 2020, it's your position that that leak was the entire time was located along that blue line, the customer service line, and not in the meter, right?
There was initially we did make a repair, and then there's subsequent later a repair that we made, but in between those repairs, yes, it was our position that the leak was on Mr. Olson's side. I want to state that the second repair we made, that was a new leak that we saw. It really was a matter of adjusting the meter. Typically, a meter doesn't move and cause a leak unless somebody's been tampering with it, but I don't have any evidence that anybody tampered with it other than obviously Mr. Olsen submitted some video of a plumber inside the meter box with an iron wrench and poking around at the meter to point things out. But that was prior to that. But we did discover a second leak later on after making a series of inspections. And so we did repair that leak, as evidenced by the pictures Mr. Olsen showed with the contractor at his property. But in between those 2 leaks and since then, that's correct. We believe that the leak was his responsibility and did ultimately discover the leak for him, exactly the location of it. And as previously testified, we finally just repaired it ourselves.
And Mr. Abbott, you saw what has been admitted as Olsen Direct Exhibit 3, a photo of a backhoe at the end of his driveway. Do you remember seeing that exhibit?
Yes.
Do you believe that that backhoe operator damaged the customer service line?
No, I don't. I mean, since that time, I've had multiple conversations with Mr. Olsen. Since that picture was taken, I've talked to him at the end of his driveway. In no time, today is the very first time I've ever heard Mr. Olsen say that the contractor damaged his plumbing line. When I showed him the leak on his plumbing line, Mr. Olsen didn't offer any evidence or state that he believed the contractor had damaged it at all. And so despite our multiple conversations, both in person and via email, Mr. Olsen's never made that accusation. If he would have, we would have spoken to it and we would have addressed it. But, and I would have gone back if I believed that was true, which I don't. But if I believed it was true, I would have gone back to the contractor and made them make the repair.
And did you take a video on May the 31st while you were inspecting the plumbing facilities outside Mr. Olsen's residence?
I did.
Would it be helpful to your testimony to show that video to the commission now?
Sure, I believe it would.
Madam Chair, I'd like to display that video at this time if we're able. I believe the commission staff has access to it. If I can share my screen, I can provide that video now. And it is identified as Respondent Potential Exhibit 7.
All right, Mr. Buffkin, I believe commission staff is prepared to share the video. So I'd ask that they do so at this point in time.
1 second, just bear with me.
Okay, no problem. All right, Mr. Buffkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Olsen, was that your, I apologize, Mr. Abbott, was that your voice we heard on the video?
It is.
And so, can you describe for us what we saw in that video just now?
So I dug out behind the meter box on Mr. Olsen's side to try to figure out where this water was flowing back into the meter box because I saw no leak at our point of responsibility. And so when I dug dug that out, I found that particular connection where there'd been a previous repair on Mr. Olson's plumbing line. And it's difficult to see in that video, but there was an ever so slight leak in that particular connection, and that water from that particular connection was flowing back into the meter box. You saw some water in the meter box, but you obviously, that's from that water flowing back, but obviously you don't see any leak water pouring into the meter box from the water meter itself.
And is it your belief and understanding that that was the source of the leak, or the primary source of the leak all along throughout the entire time relevant to this complaint?
Yeah, I don't know when that particular repair was made to his plumbing line. So I don't know if there was a leak that goes back to 2019 and prior, and Mr. Olsen had that particular leak repaired, and then that connection that was made leaked again. I don't know exactly when that particular repair was made, but that particular day, I could definitely see that there was a leak there. And based on our history and looking at the situation, I do believe, and still do to this day, believe that was a source of the leak all along on his side. And again, I'm not I understand that we had a leak, but our leak was repaired, not just once, but then later on when there was another leak, we repaired that one as well. But it didn't answer the question, where is water coming from that's still flowing into this meter box? Because we didn't see it on our side. So I do believe that was the source all along.
All right. And since you made that video, have you taken other videos of the meter box, meter, and utility plant that is located on Mr. Olson's property?
I have, just doing follow-up visits, not only myself, but I've had other people, but I've videoed some of one of my visits to just make sure that the leak didn't return, or there wasn't continuing problems.
Would it be helpful to your testimony to show those videos to the commission now?
It would.
Madam Chair, I call the witness's attention to what we have labeled as Respondent Potential Exhibit 8 and ask that the commission staff bring this up for viewing at this time.
All right, she's already ahead of me. Here we go.
So, Mr. Abbott, can you tell us what we saw in that video there?
Yes, that was a follow-up visit to see if there was any leaks in the box, if it was still, from my perspective, not leaking. While there, because Mr. Olsen was insistent that his meter also be replaced, I personally replaced his meter. So what you saw was a brand new meter that I put in there as well at that time, in response to his request to do so. But what you're seeing is there is no evidence of any leak at all on the utility side in our responsibility.
All right. And that video was dated June 9th, 2021. Have you made another video more recent than that of Mr. Olson's meter box and utility facilities that are on his property?
I believe I have, yes.
And would it be helpful to your testimony to show the commission that video at this time?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I call the witness's attention to what we have labeled Respondent Potential Exhibit 12, a video dated June 16, 2021 at 6:35 p.m. and ask that it be brought up for viewing at this time. Mr. Abbott, could you describe for the commission what you saw in that video that we just looked at?
Yeah, so I was inspecting to make sure there wasn't any leak in our box from our service side, or and also you saw the neighbor's meter as well. I will note, while a separate issue, someone, not our company, you may not have picked up on it, but someone has turned his neighbor's meter around so that it's flowing backwards. That meter is actually in backwards, and we noticed that when we went out to make the repair. We don't put meters in backwards, so somebody else has been tampering with that meter box and has actually turned that meter around so that it doesn't record correct usage, will actually record what's less usage than it should. But we didn't see any active leaks in that meter box.
All right. And you testified earlier that you'd been to Mr. Olson's residence as recently as this past Saturday. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe for the commission the state of his driveway? Is it broken? Is it cracked? Is it in disrepair?
There's a crack in his driveway. Again, I don't know how long it's been there. I don't believe that our source caused the crack. Again, that home was built back in the early 90s. That concrete's been there since, so I'm not sure obviously what could have caused it, but there is a small crack in his driveway in the concrete.
Based on your experience, your observations about the magnitude of the leak that Mr. Olson has complained about, was that leak large enough to cause damage to a concrete driveway?
No.
Earlier today, Mr. Olson testified that at some point he received a communication from Water Resources saying the company would re-pour his driveway. Do you understand why that communication was made, or why Mr. Olson thinks that's what the company had represented?
Yes, I believe, and that was some time ago, but either my confusion in talking with an employee and what she was asking about, or she misunderstood what I told her. I don't know which. But we had a repair in the community going on at that same time. I had a contractor there that was not only was intended to make Mr. Olson's repair, but another location for another homeowner that did require us to dig up the end of their driveway to make a repair. And it was believed that that's what she was talking about. I don't know if I misunderstood her in which repair she was discussing, or she misunderstood me and therefore communicated incorrectly to Mr. Olson. But there's never been a need to do any concrete pouring on Mr. Olson's end of his driveway. But we did have to do that for one of his neighbors. And like I said, we had the contractor working over a course of several days to make numerous repairs, non-emergency repairs, just as general servicing needed to be done in the community.
So if that communication was sent to Mr. Olson, it was a misunderstanding about the situation there. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And the other customer that had to get a driveway repaired, was that because the utilities line ran under the driveway?
That's correct.
Mr. Abbott, we've heard testimony today that Mr. Olsen is withholding payment for his regular water bills. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And have you attempted to collect on those past due bills?
No, we really haven't done anything to try to pursue collection for him for the past due balance at this point in time. We didn't feel like it was pertinent given the current situation, and we want to try to, again, find some resolution with Mr. Olsen, and then we could deal with that matter separately.
Understood. And so that was one of the several things you did to try to accommodate Mr. Olsen and resolve this complaint. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, Madam Chair, I am done with my questions. We do, however, have a number of exhibits that we believe the commission would benefit from having admitted in the record. Some of them we've talked about already today, some of them we have not. But I'd like to go ahead and have all of Water Resources potential exhibits admitted into evidence. And we can do that one at a time, or we could do that as a group. Whatever's convenient for the commission.
All right, let's let Mr. Olsen ask his questions of the witness, and then and then the commissioners ask their questions. Once we've done that, we can take care of the exhibits. All right, Mr. Olsen, you may conduct cross-examination on this witness. That means you may ask questions of this witness.
I understand. Thank you. And I'm going to try. It's going to kind of jump around a little bit because I'm trying to keep it consistent with both the written statement that was filed that I was provided late this morning, and then the questioning from Mr. Buffkin kind of moved around and weren't necessarily consistent with each other. So I'm going to try.
All right, and Mr. Olsen, before you begin, I'm noting that it's about 10 till 4 o'clock right now.
Sorry.
We need to end it. We're going to end at 5 today, and I'd like to be able to adjourn the hearing as well by 5 o'clock today, if that's possible. So I'd ask that you all move as efficiently as possible through the remainder of your material.
I mean, I'll try.
Mr. Buffkin.
Okay. So, Mr. Abbott, vis-a-vis the separation of employment you referenced, are you in charge of hiring staff for Water Resources Incorporated?
I am.
As a business owner, do you consider your employees and their actions on behalf of your company your responsibility?
I do. At the end of the day, I'm responsible and I'm accepting responsibility.
Okay. And how long was that? How long was that employee with your company?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's at least a couple of years, maybe 3 years.
Okay. Well, at least since I had been here in 2016, her name was on my bill. So we'll stipulate at least 3 or 4 years. Correct?
Yes.
Is it your contention that Ms. Puckett did not communicate the issue to you when she stated that she did? In the exhibits I submitted, she said, I spoke to Dennis, I forwarded this to Dennis. Is that your contention that you didn't know about what was going on?
For HR reasons, I cannot speak specifically to Ms. Puckett's performance. I can tell you that she is no longer part of our company. I can tell you that the service that what you testified here today and lack of response from any of our associates is not acceptable to me. And when I learned that this was an ongoing problem, I took immediate action to correct it.
Okay. Have you previously told the North Carolina Utilities Commission that you would improve customer service practices as recently as 2019?
I'm sure I have. That's always been my desire.
Okay. Would you say that my experience with your company since then, from 2019 to May of 2021, was consistent with the assurances you made to the commission at that time?
I think we have made a lot of effort, as you have testified today, numerous visits to investigate your concerns and your complaints. We made a lot of attempts to try to satisfy you, even though we can all agree you weren't satisfied. You've testified that one of our associates did not respond to you, and that's not acceptable to me. That I do agree with, yes.
Okay. So as to the mysterious missing call logs that have, been mentioned a few times, do you have the customer contact call logs you agreed to keep?
Objection to the form of the question.
Okay. Do you have the contact logs you agreed to keep in 2019?
Mr. Olsen, let me rule on the objection, please, sir. I'll sustain the objection. Please rephrase the question and move forward.
Okay. Do you have the customer contact call logs you agreed to keep in 2019?
As I testified,
Again, Madam Chair, the witness has answered this question already, and the chair has asked us to, conclude this
All
here.
right, Mr. Buffkin, let's move forward here. Let's let the Mr. Olsen ask the question, restate it as I've already advised you to do, and Mr. Abbott answer the question. Let's move forward, guys. Come on. Ask the question, Mr. Olsen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did. Do you have the customer contact call logs you agreed to keep in 2019?
as I testified a few minutes ago, we have found a handwritten notebook with customer names and telephone numbers and that sort of thing. So we have found that, and we're in the process of converting that into transposing that information, or transcribing, I should say, that whatever the proper word is. We're entering that information into a acceptable format to turn into the Utilities Commission as part of that filing.
Okay. Do you have any evidence directly of responding to me directly between March 2nd, 2020 and May 2021? And I would mean also you would back that up with phone records or emails.
From what was the date range?
I'd say March 2nd, 2020 to May of 2021.
Yeah, I met you at the end of your driveway.
You have records of contacts returning my calls or emails?
If you call me directly personally, yes, I've returned your calls. If you've emailed me, I believe that I've emailed you in response as well. Yes.
I'm talking, well, I mean, I was referring to your company because I don't have your personal phone number, but that's okay. Let's see. So it's my understanding from your examination by Mr. Buffkin that your practice was to call back the customer the following day after calling the emergency line. Did you call me back the following day every time I called the service line?
I personally, no, I did not.
Okay. Or one of your employees?
I don't know if they did or did not.
Okay. You stated that in your written testimony, Water Resources discovered material and significant performance issues with its service. And this is going to be a little bit out of order from because this is from your written testimony. So you said that Water Resources discovered material and significant performance issues with a contract service provider and was forced to obtain a different contract service provider. The deficiencies in the previous provider contributed to some of the concerns that Mr. Olsen has raised and to compliance issues. This change in contract service providers was a significant event for the company, caused operational and financial disruption, also contributed to concerns that Mr. Olsen raised. Period of transition is now passed. You go on to say that unfortunately for our customers, this will likely result in rate increases, and Water Resources will seek commission approval to recover these costs and resolve the financial challenges facing the company in its next general rate case. So based on that statement, is it your stated intention to pass on expenses that you incurred due to your business practices with contract service providers you elected to employ to the customers who directly suffered as a result from them?
No, my intent is to.
I'm sorry, I have to object as to the form of the question. Mr.
I'm
Olsen,
trying to get through the questions quickly because I'm being told I only have 5 minutes to.
Mr. Olsen, do not speak. You all speak one at a time. I'm not going to say this again. Do not speak over one another. Mr. Buffkin, state your objection.
Madam Chair, our objection to this question is that Mr. Olsen is assuming facts that are not in the record. So we object as to the form of the question.
All right, Mr. Olsen, respond.
I wasn't assuming, I was asking.
All right, I'm gonna allow the question to move forward, and Mr. Olsen, I'm gonna remind you to please speak slowly and as clearly as you can for the benefit of our reporter who now has had a long day. Ask the question.
So based on this statement, your written statement, is it your stated intention to pass on expenses that you incurred due to poor business practices, admittedly poor business practices, with contract service providers that you opted to employ to the customers who directly suffered as a result of them?
No, it's my intent.
I'm
And
sorry, Madam Chair. You know, I'm sorry to keep having
State the objection. Just state the objection.
the question assumes facts that are not in the record.
All right, I'm gonna sustain the objection. Move on, Mr. Olson. Move on. Ask another question.
Okay. Should the customers that were in this situation be responsible for paying the fines to the NCUC or the NCDEQ or your legal costs?
with DEQ,
North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality.
so which fine, I'm sorry, I need some clarification of what.
So a rate increase. It was discussed that that the business was having some financial difficulties, and that was part of the rate increase that you're seeking in 2021.
That will ultimately be the decision of the Utilities Commission, not mine.
Okay, so they'll decide that. Okay. All right. After the first fix, which we'll concede was February 2020, you say that the meter was turning without me, the customer, using water. The meter turns when water passes through it. Is that correct?
Correct?
So if water passes through the meter, even without entering the customer service line, the meter would still be turning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, restate that?
So if water passes through the meter without entering the customer service line, the meter would still be turning. Is that correct?
Possibly, yes. More
Okay.
than likely, yes. It
Okay.
depends on exactly what was going on there.
Okay. You said your belief that the leak wasn't your responsibility following the repair in February 2020 was, quote, a position that is consistent with, well, a position is consistent with good utility practice, industry standards, and complies with the provisions of Commission Rule R715D, which provides that the customer shall keep the service line from the property line to the place of consumption in good repair. Is any part of the water meter considered the service line?
No,
Is the yoke of the meter considered the service line?
it could be,
The yoke on the meter itself is part of the service line.
but there's not a yoke on the meter itself. There's a yoke there that the plumber ties into.
That's built on the box, correct?
Correct. So it depends on if it's at the connection where the plumber tied into our service onto the yoke, or it just depends. It's depends on exactly where on the yoke it's leaking, quite honestly.
Okay. So how about the utility box itself? Is that included in the definition of service line?
No,
Do you have any exhibit to support the claim that the actual customer service line was not kept in good repair?
yes, I think that's been admitted in the evidence with the video.
The video that occurred after June of 2021, after it was dug over with a backhoe, is that correct?
Objection. That assumes facts that are not in the record.
Well, the date of the video, could you provide me with that?
It was June. I've got all the dates. We submitted several videos, but it was in June of 2021.
So after May 27, 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You stated you believe that the leak was mine, and I just disagreed with your response or didn't like it, and that the leak between late February and the repair in May 2021 was my responsibility. Is that correct?
I believe if I'm having a hard time hearing you, so I apologize.
I'm sorry.
I believe
can
that's
repeat.
correct.
Okay. So in late 2020, that was around the same time the NCDENR engineer explained to you that the leak was your responsibility. Is that correct?
In late 2020,
Yeah, November 2020. So you said between February of 2020 and May of 2021, the leak was my responsibility. Is that correct?
right? We believe that it was your responsibility. Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. You believe that. In late 2020, November 2020, according to the exhibits, one of my email exhibits there, that was around the same time that the North Carolina Department of Environmental and Natural Resources explained to you that the leak was your responsibility. Is that correct?
I don't recall, and I'd have to go back and see that evidence. Am I copied on that email?
It's in evidence. Your attorney had it. But no, you're not copied on the original email.
Yeah, I don't think that was ever. I don't recall anyone with the DEQ communicating that directly to me. I could be mistaken, but I don't recall that. We did have a conversation regarding, I gave him an update on our position on it, but I don't recall him specifically saying this is your responsibility.
Okay. Well, that email's in evidence. I believe, you know, I don't want to take time to find it. I'm on a bit of a tight schedule. So, so it's your contention then that the leak somehow just kind of moved from my service lines to your meter during that time. So it was there, and then, you know, we have an email saying, yep, it's on your equipment, but you believe that before that it was on my line and then it just moved to your equipment.
Now, my testimony has been that we repaired what was our responsibility, but there continued to be a leak that was your responsibility.
And then the engineer from the NCDNR said otherwise.
That's been your testimony, yes.
Okay, and that's been the evidence I submitted. So was the report from the field that you referenced on that from Kelly Hedrick?
When you say a report from the field, yes, Kelly Hedrick went to your home numerous times to look at this.
And this is the same
Your
Kelly Hedrick?
testimony has been that she told you that it was a leak on your side.
Okay, and so the same Kelly Hedrick that met with Mr. Pegues and is referenced on that email when he says the system operator, is that correct?
Yes, according to what you submitted. And let me just say, she is not an employee of ours. She is a contract. She's an independent contractor that we
Employee.
have hired to contracted with to provide operator services.
Okay. You stated that there was unfair media coverage. I just wanted to ask if you were contacted by David Hodges at WBTV and given the chance to tell your side of the story?
I was not. I learned after the story was that he called another business that I own and left a voicemail on an employee's voicemail, but he never contacted me directly, no.
Okay. How many active leaks were in the neighborhood at the time of that news story? Do you know?
I believe there were 3 that were active at that point in time. No, excuse me, 2 that I'm aware of. Excuse me, 2.
Okay. And Madam Chair, I understand that, like I said, I know we're pressed for time. I just have about 4 more, or well, maybe 4 to 5 more. If I could have that time, I'd appreciate it. I think given the circumstances.
Mr. Olson, you can ask as many questions as you'd like to. I mean, this is your hearing, and get the evidence into the record that you need to get into the record.
Thank you. And I apologize if I'm speaking fast. I'm trying to respect everybody's time. So I'm trying to slow down, but I'm trying to speed up at the same time. So, prior to the leak in late May of 2021, did your contractors use a backhoe to dig away? Wait, I'm sorry. When fixing the leak in late May of 2021, did your contractors use a backhoe to dig over the service lines?
I wasn't there, but the evidence you submitted with a photo, it appears that they did, which wouldn't surprise me if they need to try to figure out what's going on.
Okay. You say that the water damage on the end of my driveway could be the result of water that has origins not related to the water meter. Is there any other source of water that you could see at the end of my driveway?
Well, it rains a good bit in Harrisburg.
It rains. Okay.
And
And
we had the leak from your plumbing that was flowing back into the meter box and flowing over the driveway as well.
but there's not like a stream, or it just rains. That's
No, I think I just said that, you know, the leak that was on your side, the plumbing line obviously was running down to the meter box and
okay.
filling it up and flowing across your driveway as well.
And this is leak A2 that the DER said, or NCDNR said, was your responsibility and on your meter. So there had been no fix before that, right? This was March or something like that of 2021. So there's no other water source is all I'm trying to get at. Regarding the placement of the meter box, I won't spend too much time on this. Are all meter boxes located?
Sorry, may I be allowed to answer the question?
I didn't realize I had asked one. I'm sorry. What was the question you're referring to?
No. Let's move on. Ask your next question, Mr. Olson. Mr.
Okay,
Abbott,
thank you.
answer questions that he asks.
So regarding the placement of the meter box, are all meter boxes located within 6 inches of the end of the driveway?
I don't know that everyone's at 6 inches, but it's close to the curb, yes.
Are some not several feet into the yard, as in the case of my neighbor across the street?
I think his is probably a couple of feet. Yeah, but it's well within the easement, and it's over. It's not even in front of his house. It's off to sort of the side of his house.
Okay. In the yard though, correct?
Yes, within, I'd say, 2 feet of the curb. Yes.
Okay, I might disagree on the distance, but that's okay. Are most meter boxes around here in excess of 33 years old?
Yes, they're made of cast. Most of them are made of cast iron.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, I didn't testify that I put a brick under the meter box. I didn't. I'm told it was there following the repair in May of 2021. So,
Madam Chair, it appears Mr. Olsen is providing testimony.
you can get rid of that if you want. But
I'd ask
I
that
was just
Mr.
trying to
Olsen-
clarify something.
Mr. Olsen and Mr. Buffkin, do not speak over each other. Mr. Olsen, this is your time to ask questions and not testify. Questions only, no testimony.
I understand. I can't always hear when somebody's speaking right away.
Mr. Olsen, I'm going to ask you also to get closer to your microphone and speak more slowly. It appears that witnesses may be, that parties may be having trouble hearing you. So please do your best to speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, ma'am. Is that better?
Please
Yes.
proceed.
Okay. Was there any obstructions to working on the meter box during COVID at a safe social distance? I mean, is the meter, you could be out there by yourself, or a contractor could be out there by themselves during the pandemic. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Are there any other complaints about water resources currently being processed by the Utilities Commission? You said most people are happy. There's first complaint. So is there anything else in the North Carolina Utilities Commission system right now that constitutes a complaint about water resources?
There could be.
Okay, there are, but the NCDEQ, do they have any issues?
Yes, we've been working with them on the connection to the town of Harrisburg.
Okay, thank you. How about the State Attorney General's office?
Yes, because it is related to the same DEQ issue that we've been trying to get resolved for some time, and haven't been able to secure the easement from a homeowner that we need, but we have since come to agreement with them so we can move forward with that work now.
Okay, and thank you for that. So I'm down to 3. So some of them have a couple of parts, but the leak you found digging by hand on Memorial Day of this year is consistent with the leak that I identified in my evidence as leak B. Is that correct?
It was a leak on your line. If that's leak B, yes.
Leak B, yes, sir. All right, and so let's see. The connection you looked at in your video, how far back is that from the meter box, please? The one that you said was the source of leak B.
It's I believe I testified it's 12 to 18 inches, I believe, something like that.
And that's within the areas that your contractors dug out, correct?
I wasn't present there, so I can't testify it was. I don't know.
Okay. So if your testimony near the end there was that you're of the opinion that it could have been leak B all along, flooding back in the meter box, but I just was wondering if, that video evidence that I submitted there shows that there's no leak on my side of the meter box, and I was just curious as to how you reconciled that.
Well, we repaired the leak on our side. We were confident. You reported in December 2019, and we repaired it in February of 2020. As you, I believe you testified that I met you on site there and looked at it, and with the contractor, and repairs happened shortly thereafter. So we were confident that we had the repair made, and but you continued to complain that there was a leak, and so again, investigating, we didn't see a leak on our side. That's how I came to that conclusion.
Okay. But the evidence that I submitted didn't show any leak that you could see other than inside the meter box, correct?
Right. The video that you submitted was December of 2019, and we've acknowledged that, yes, that was a leak that needed to be repaired. And I think testimony represents that we did make that repair in February of 2020.
Yep, that's leak A1, and then after February, I called it A2. Now, the NCDENR's engineer didn't see a leak on my lines either, in dealing with what I call leak A2 in November 2020. Did he report to you any leak on the service lines?
No, I think I've already testified that I don't recall him reporting finding a leak that was our responsibility. He inquired to me as to what the status was on making repairs.
Okay,
And I responded to him on that, but I don't recall any statement from him saying that we had some responsibility to repair a leak at that meter box.
And that's despite the email that was admitted into evidence earlier, correct?
Right. I don't believe I was copied on that email, and I don't believe I received a copy until today. I saw that email. I could be mistaken. I get a lot of emails, but I don't recall that.
Okay, so just two more, and they're one-part questions. So, based on your testimony, by the way, I'm just want to be clear. You're alleging that my neighbor had someone come out and reverse her meter. Is that correct? That nobody associated with water resources installed the meter improperly?
No, I don't believe my testimony said that you accused your neighbor of doing anything. I said the meter is in backwards, and clearly someone has turned that meter around, that we don't install meters backwards. And so someone has been in that meter box and clearly has tampered with it. I have not accused your neighbor of doing anything. I don't have any evidence as to who would have done it, nor would I accuse anyone of doing anything specifically. But it's obvious that that meter has been turned around.
So someone
Which is it?
not working for water resources put the meter in backwards. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is someone has turned that meter around. Someone with our company would not turn it around. It would not have been installed incorrectly. And someone at some point has turned that meter around. I didn't just recently notice that. And so I don't know when that occurred or anything like that. And I'm not accusing any specific person. It's just obvious that someone has turned that meter around at some point in time. Who, I don't know, and when, I don't know.
All right, and
Okay.
last.
We are at it's clear we're not going to finish today with the hearing. So we are going to call it a day today. We are going to come back on the record at 9:30 in the morning on Tuesday, October 5th. So for now, we will be in recess until Tuesday, October 5th at 9:30 in the morning. At that time, we will continue on with Mr. Olson's cross-examination of Mr. Abbott. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Let's go off the record.